bet Facebooks nezinu, kāpēc negrib.
Facebookā man rādās podziņu start live video.
Jā, un es pat kā tā kā palaidu, bet viņš kā negrib iet.
Tu gribi, lai es pamēģinu uzspiest?
Nē.
Okay.
Es atvainojos, ka mums tā kavēšanos viss, mums tā bija tehniski problēmas pieslēgties Zoomam.
Jā, mūžīgās tehniskās problēmas.
Nu, universitātē jums šodien mainījās licences.
Kā es tieši šodien. Bet te jau tev Zoomam nav pieslēgušies vēl vadīgi maz. Ir runātāji, vai ne?
Pamazām pieslēdzās, jā. Tā. Nu, kāpēc es nevaru? Vai es redzu video, bet es nezinu, kāpēc, vai viņš iet vai neiet.
Nu, pēc Facebook to nevar noteikt, vai viņš ir aizgājis. Es nezinu. Varbūt kādam citam ir jāskatās, kurš. Jānis te ir ar mums.
Jā, Jānis ir ar jums. Sveiki, Katrīna.
Čau, Jāni. Tu vari paskatīties Facebookā, kā tas izskatās.
Vai ir aizgājis, vai nav video.
Tā kā eventu mājaslapā.
Jā.
Pašlaik nerādās, bet es domāju, ka tas ir tāpēc, ka ir uzlikts uz kaut kāds laiks. Viņš jau šeit tieši tāda arī sāksies 9:00, jo tā uzspiest podziņu skatīt video tieši ir neaktīvas. Viņi nevar uzspiest.
Jā, jo man arī sāk tieši raidīt neaktīvi.
Nu jā, viņa būs 9:00, būs tieši 9:00.
Fū, cerams. Jo YouTube kanālā vajadzētu būt, un skatīsimies ar visu mūziku.
Nē, viņi sāksies tieši, jā. Pareizi.
Kad es tev iepķēru.
Bet, protams, jau saka, tieši šajā dienā nomainās kaut kādu licenci. Jo, tā kā vajag. Tāpēc ir 15 minūtes tehniskiem jautājumiem.
Normāli. Man šorīt tas negribēja ieslēgties. Bija pilnīgi melns.
Labrīt, vai mani dzird?
Jā.
Sveiki, Matiņa.
Sveiki. Es, diemžēl, būšu bez sēdes, tāpēc, ka man ir problēmas ar mazo datoru. Es ceru, ka kādu ekrānu jau ir kopīgo turējuši.
Gan jau kaut kā tiksim galā.
Tikai daži saka, ka aizgāja.
Katrīna vien pasēž ļoti lielā nolē.
Jā, kā kosmos kuģi.
Spēlē mūziku, bet jautājums ir, vai mēs esam redzami vai nē, jo man vēl projām neaktīvs sāk tieškārt. Ir redzami ļoti labi.
Tad tie, kas ekrānā tie labredzams, labāk Katrīna izskatās, un tāds ir izdarījies, jo katram nepienākas.
Mārcis pēc Facebook.
Tagad arī tev beidzot vārdu parādījās, citādi bija tikai tagad.
Labi.
Bet domāju, jānovājās, kurš slēpjas sēs pēc šim brillēm.
Kas notiek? Es atvainojos, mums Facebookā ir nelielas problēmas.
Jā, melni.
Jā, tur mēs tūlītās atsāksim tiešraidi. Es ļoti atvainojos, ka...
Yeah, ladies, we just wait for a minute before we are going to start because we have some technical issues in Facebook streaming. It has still dark screen there, but Mats is going to check it. And afterwards, we will be ready to start this morning session today. So, just a couple of minutes.
Mārcis, tu nav uzlikts kaut kas, ka viņam jāfilmē pašam, nevis, ka viņš rāda. Tagad arī skaņa vairs nav, bija tas, ko tikko tu runāji pirms tam.
Nevajadzētu būt, tur vajadzētu būt mūzikai spēlēt. Es nezinu, kāpēc man nelaiž iekšā Facebookā. Cenzūra, bet forši. Visam vajadzēja darboties. Live video. Kopēt. Iepriekš viss gāja. Connect to server. Kas tas tagad ir?
tur ir kaut kāda cita problēma. Tur ir kaut kāda kamera, kaut kādam telefonam, kas filmē galdu ar kaut kādu bļodu un augļiem. Un viņi ir daļai aizsegti ar kaut kādu roku. Tur ir vienkārši kaut kam citam ir pieslēdzies tas...
Es saku, ka man ir tā kā tā poga start live video, bet tas ir live video.
Bet jā, tas nozīmē, ka tu esi pieslēgusies, vai tu vari īsti?
Bet kā es varu to izdarīt?
Jo man nevajag tas live video, man vajadzēs ar streaming software. Tu esi paspējis sākt live video pirms manis.
Nē, es viņu tagad vairs nelaižu, tur viss ir, tas vienkārši viena mirkli, vairāk tas nav. Bet vai vispār tam pasākumam tu esi uzlicis, kad to software?
Jā, es tieši uz viņu šobrīd skatos.
Un kāpēc tu viņu nevarētu palaist?
Tāpēc, ka jau tev redzam, kāds ir palaidis.
Nē, viņš nav vairs palaist, viņš atturēts nav.
Bet izskatās, ka iet uz riņķi tie kaut kādi mazi ierakstiņi.
Un Alma saka, ka mūsu tirgi YouTubā mums ir problēmas.
Nu, ko tur grēm uz leju?
Jā.
Jūs tad tikai prāva.
pirmā diena būs veltīta arheoloģijai un arhitektūrai Baltijas reģionā, plašākā reģionā, un šo konferenci atklāt. Attiecīgi, tad es aicinātu ICOMOS Latvija vadītāju Katrīnu Kuhaini. Lūdzu.
Yes, hello. I will speak in English because we have guests today and we're really sorry for technical problems, but it happens in the digital world, and I hope that we are on YouTube now and you are listening us and hearing and seeing as well. So, dear colleagues, I'm honored and happy to welcome you for our annual virtual conference that traditionally ICOMOS Latvia is organizing in collaboration with University of Latvia. And I'm thankful for our Estonian and Lithuanian colleagues who agreed to share their knowledge with us today. And today we will look on this Baltic scope, and tomorrow we will continue our discussion more on local level. For this year, as a topic for our conference, we had chosen heritage at risk, contemporary issues and challenges in the management of heritage sites in the Baltic states. Considering diverse global challenges that we all are facing now, the risks are present in heritage protection field as well. Global pandemic, climate changes, socio-economic crisis, or political and military conflicts in the world, they all impact our common heritage in global and local scope. The cultural heritage community are doing their best. ICOMOS as organization is highlighting the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the cultural heritage management as neglected sites, socio-economic decline, decreasing number of visitors and impacted budgets. Also climate change and heritage, as well as disaster risk management for heritage sites. The Europa Nostra, ICOMOS and European Investment Bank commonly elaborated Cultural Heritage Green paper, which is now also translated in Latvian. Conflicts in the world caused an increase in the illicit trafficking of the cultural property. As a response, the Convention on Offences relating to cultural property was adopted by the Council of Europe, and we all are working to ratify it in our countries. But at first, we all need to understand the risks that could endanger our heritage. If you are able to recognize the vulnerabilities and capacities as well as value of our heritage, you would be able to know and mitigate the risks in the face of all these nowadays challenges. Today, we will have just an insight on the heritage at risk in our countries. In first part, challenges in appreciation of values in preserving Soviet modernist and postmodernist architecture in Baltic states, and in second part, risks in the preservation of archaeological heritage as proper management of endangered sites, dangers of physical destruction and devastating interpretations, challenges in the preservation of underwater cultural heritage, and threats of illicit trade of antiquities. I wish you very fruitful discussions and see you also tomorrow. Thank you. I wish you very fruitful discussions and see you also tomorrow. Thank you.
So as next speaker who will open the conference will be the ICOMOS Latvia member and professor of in Faculty of History and Philosophy of University of Latvia, Andris Šnē. You have the screen.
Thank you very much. That's indeed true. Nowadays we have screen, not floor anymore. Dear friends, it's indeed my pleasure to see you here and to welcome you in this our quite small, but still I think very intellectually strong group, and hopefully very fruitful and mindful meeting following these papers and discussions on the topic heritage at risk. Sure that this topic is not new at all, and we are not original, paying attention to the various threats and various dangers that faces a number of heritage sites in archaeology, architecture, history, industrial heritage, and so on. And of course, last year's also showed very clearly that heritage is quite vulnerable, and it may disappear quite quickly. And then you suddenly recognize, well, we have some kind of empty spot at some place, at some feeling, at some notion, and so on. And in this sense, we are not unique at all, and also the Baltic region belongs to the larger community world of global heritage, and also these challenges to some extent also faces Baltic heritage sites. Therefore, actually, we have decided to look at this issue, what endangers heritage, how to cope with this new situation, and how to proceed, how to understand different groups and types of heritage that also probably were neglected in the last years or even decades, and so on. Of course, we are not going to solve all issues here, but it's important to start discussion as well. And especially, I'm very glad that our friends from Estonia and Lithuania joined us, and we will be able to share experiences and feelings and understandings as it circulates in our very close neighboring regions. Because this cooperation starts in this Baltic region, and that's where we may understand what is going on and why things are developing in such trajectories as we can see them. So I do wish everybody a joyful and fruitful meeting, and also you are very welcome to join for us tomorrow, but unfortunately it will be only in Latvian, with Latvian papers in Latvian language, but still you are very welcome to listen to the papers and discuss them as well. But well, okay, I think that we are ready to approach our research papers and to start discussion. So please feel free to ask questions and to raise issues and to discuss topics. Actually, the floor belongs to all of us today. Yes, but of course, Martis will say some more words about housekeeping. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us. That was it's indeed my pleasure to see you all on the screen. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. It's indeed my pleasure to see you all on the screen.
Martin, you're muted.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's indeed my pleasure to see you all on the screen.
Martin, you're muted.
So yes, now I'm back, and for today we will have two great sessions. In the first session, we will hear and see three presentations that will be dedicated to architectural heritage and its risk. And the second part, after the coffee break, hopefully at 11, bit maybe later o'clock, we'll start the session 2 that will be dedicated to archaeological heritage and its problems. So I'm really glad to open this first section that has a name, Contemporary Architecture Heritage in the Baltic States. And the first speaker for today will be Irin Alatalu, sorry for pronunciation. So Irin is Associate Professor in Estonian Academy of Arts. Her main research and interest fields are heritage protection and conservation. She is a chairman of Heritage Conservation Council as well as member of board in ICOMOS International. Irin, the screen is yours, please.
Labdiena, it's a pleasure to cooperate with Latvians. I always enjoy the possibility to do it. And yes, I would like to talk to you about the challenges in preserving Soviet modernist and postmodernist architecture in Estonia. And I guess like with many other issues, I hope you can see my screen, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. With many other issues, we have quite a lot of common challenges with you. So I will start, actually, I'm going through both positive and negative sides of what is happening in Estonia in last decades now. And I will start with a very joyful slide. It's our Union Association of Architects just celebrated their 100 years anniversary. And they choose 10 most significant buildings that have influenced Estonia during the past century. And as you can see from the picture, there are many modernist and postmodernist buildings that you can see. I guess you know very well Linnahall from Tallinn city center, and some of you, I don't know if you see my mouse, know this tiny little shop by Willem Künnapuu in the old town, a flower shop. Of course, our song festival arena, Rapla Kekkol Host Center that I'm also going to show later, Jäneda and Tuljak Town Lille Pavilion or Flower Pavilion, which are designed by Valve Voormeister, our well-known female architecture, and also Pentagon, a sports center in Otepää. So we have plenty of good modernist and postmodernist examples celebrated for the last century. I guess you know that in 2007, after the building Sakala Center, designed by Raine Karp, was demolished in the city center just opposite Estonia, where we could have now the extension of our Estonia Opera Theatre, but we can't because there's an anonymous glass shopping mall at the place. And after the demolition, we started mapping and analyzing a valuable 20th century architecture. And it was actually a huge achievement to go all these materials through, and we are still using it. But it was done in 2007. It's for us, it's already ages ago. It still has value, but the problem is that our National Heritage Board has become very slow in listing the sites that are mentioned in this mapping. And one of the reasons is, of course, that National Heritage Board has become more and more hesitant to take responsibility, and they want to share it with local communities who are not so very much interested. And it has become quite a lot of debates with nowadays owners of these buildings to protect them. And we have had our administration reform, like you. We have now much bigger municipalities than before, and they are supposed to be stronger also in architectural issues, but they are not, unfortunately. We are going to have next trainings next week, but let's see what happens. Anyway, all types of these mappings, not only on Soviet architecture and 20th century architecture, but also on other issues, should be like daily working documents for our municipalities, but they are often not because they forget about them. And an example that goes very well with this climate change risk that comes from here is that in spring, it was announced a call for the municipalities to apply for the funding to build zero energy buildings. And the conditions of this call, I think they are quite outrageous and very unique in Europe, and I really sincerely hope that you don't have them. The conditions of the call was that the municipalities had to demolish the equal amount of square meters of existing buildings that, and now listen, are in use at least during last 3 years. So the main idea was that if we demolish something and build something that is in use and build new zero energy buildings that we are on a winning side on climate issues, which of course is nonsense, because demolition of usable buildings is anyway not sustainable. And unfortunately, the results have not been announced yet of this call, and they had 20 million euros for this budget, and our National Heritage Board has only like 2 million euros per year. So the funds are amazing. And I went through all the applications, and there is a lot of buildings that actually are presented in this mapping that I'm showing to you now. But the municipalities have just ignored the fact that somebody might have taken them as valuable. But as they are not protected yet, they are sort of like on a loose end. But still, we have quite a lot of architecture of newer decades protected. And we have 70 protected buildings built after 1945. So it's the best known examples are Ugala Theatre that you can see in the picture in Viljandi, and Paide Cultural Center, which is relatively late. Then, of course, the National Library, which is still the youngest monument that we have in our list, because it was completed only in 1992. And National Library is now going, tomorrow it's its last day to be open, and it's going to be for several years for the renovation. So it's going to be closed temporarily tomorrow. And we are, by the way, we are also discussing listing Kumu and the Estonian National Museum in Tartu. So there's some things coming up. But with other issues that, other buildings that are not protected, some examples, post office opposite to Viru Theatre, really in the very center of Tallinn, designed for the 1980 Olympic Games by Raine Karp. It has redone a renovation, and even though many details are still left there, these towers, the house has lost its dignity to my mind. But we have also better examples. For example, Tallinn Technical University complex, which has been renovated, and we consider it has been renewed for modern purposes in quite delicate way. We can debate one or another detail, but in general, yes. We have some buildings that are waiting for their time, and it goes especially for this Olympic Center in Pirita, which definitely is in use. But it's looking worse and worse all the time, and the main problem is that maybe the room program for Olympic Games was not actually the one that we need today. And the issue is that also around this Olympic Center, there's a pressure to build new apartment houses that affects, of course, the landscape on the seaside and the dominance of the building. We have some better examples. For example, also Golden Home in Pärnu, designed by Toomas Rein, a huge, enormous apartment building. And here, of course, the issue is the building quality of 1970s, the climate issues of 1970s, but most of all, the biggest question is that there are hundreds of owners to get into contact with them. But luckily, there is it has been a good partner, and the house has been renovated in quite a modest and suitable way. Then, of course, we have a lot of private houses, And it depends very much on the owner of the private house, how they take care of it, and if the houses are in continuing ownership of the same family, or who's coming next. I think this is the biggest issue. Like with bigger buildings, that we might get a very bad owner, but it's even worse with private buildings, where we don't know who the owner next is. And lower middle is the house of Valvepormeister, that we are really, our hearts are burning, because we don't know who is going to take care of it in the future. And sorry for the bad quality of one of these pictures, but I took it from a real estate website. We are already now looking for the postmodern and late 1980s, early 1990s era private houses, and there are better and more curious examples in the means of architecture. The upper building is by Leonhard Lapin, and the lowest, I don't know the architect. But anyway, the problem with such houses is that they are very poor building quality, first of all. And the second part is that they are built in the time when energy cost nothing, and they are very expensive to keep. So we have even more weird examples with more towers and attics and the different layers. And we are, in a way, we take them similar to the fancy buildings from the turn of century, and then the first farmers got rich, and especially in southern Estonia started to build fancy houses. Now this is like a new layer, almost a century later, but they are most probably very, very difficult to keep, and it's very hard to convince the people to take care of them. But I have put in my presentation quite a lot of references, and for example, this web link here refers to the master thesis of Triin Reidla, the student of our department, who wrote her master thesis just almost 2 years ago on postmodernist individual houses. And she named it So Ugly Houses, because this was the theme of, or actually this was the response of the public survey she made in social media. But also it reflects the need to take care of them, because the general public still don't consider them as a layer of history. I already told about Pirita Top Center, where there's a lot of new housing around it, but even worse, or it is planned, it's still planned there around it, but it's much worse with the case of Pirita, where we have this flower pavilion and restaurant Tuljak, designed in 1960s by Valvepormeister. And as you can see from the lower picture, which I just took from Google Street View, the elegant houses, which used to be really marking the landscape alone, they are like tiny small houses between the big two ones. So they are hidden here in the center, and they are not dominating the landscape anymore, as it was supposed by the architect of the time. And that goes also for the interiors. We are quite lucky that this restaurant Tuljak, the new renovation, it got also a restoration prize from the Association of Architects for a very good interior design, because it was very elegantly following the original design with some new elements. And I think it's also very important to stress that it was not so much. It got also the restoration prize from the National Heritage Board, but I guess the prize from Association of Architects is even more valuable because we are working very hard that the restoration is noticed by architects and not an inside circle of restorers. But I think, again, something that we share with you, the collective farms, and we are very often referring that it is very hard to keep these fancy kolkhoz center buildings that we have from the area, and we have quite a lot of them. This one is Rapla Kekk, here is Sooru, here is Põdrangu. Oh, I forgot to add the names of the architect. Yeah, and even more. And the problem is that it's often said that it's like a dissonant heritage in that sense that it belongs to the previous regime. But at the same time, we face the fact that it is part of Estonian regional politics, where we have a heavy urbanization, and this urbanization is driven by the state. And it's not only driven by the state, but it's also driven by city planners and the architects. We are talking about the density, the argument, the density of living and moving all together to the cities. And one of the arguments is, of course, again, climate change. But at the same time, we neglect the facilities and suitable life conditions in the rural areas, which I consider a really pity. And I would say that it's a state-driven process because state is constantly closing down the schools, the rural schools, and it's an ongoing process. There is a huge list on the way again, and we see that at the time of the pandemic, so many people have moved back to the countryside. So we should act actually vice versa. And Estonia is even smaller than Latvia, so there are no real distances to cover for daily basis driving. Another example, excellent kolkhoz center in Põdrangu with very fine interiors of the hall. It is used as a storage house, but at least it's in use, so it's not completely abandoned and collapsing. And another example on below here, we have this Omedu fishing collective farm in the eastern coast of Estonia, close to Lake Peipus. And I have put up here a photo of a very, very typical rural apartment building, I guess well known to you too, that you have quite many of them. And what happened was that this year they opened in Estonian Open Air Museum, this upper building. It was, as you can see from the picture, it was taken into pieces and taken from the southern Estonia to Tallinn and put together in the Open Air Museum. And actually, it's a very fine museum piece. All the 4 apartments in the building are decorated in according to different decades, ending up with 2000s, I think was the last one. So it's very interesting. It's a huge highlight of the museum. People go and watch it, and it's well done. But at the same time, I think that not to spend money on dragging these type of houses from one place to another, we could have chosen any collective farm settlings that is closed anywhere in Estonia, even close to Tallinn, and have a regional museum over there. I think this could also have been a huge attraction. But this is my very, very personal point of view, because I consider regional development extremely important and not to drag everything to Tallinn. Here's the building of Library Academy of Science, and I mostly want to turn attention also to this monumental art. And luckily, again, one of our students, together with Gregor Anu Soojar, together with Gregor Tauler, already well-known art historian, they started the inventory on monumental art. And I have put pictures here mostly from interior art, but it includes also different type of monumental art on the facades of the buildings. So they organized this year for European Heritage Day an exhibition, and the exhibition is available also on the website of our National Heritage Board. And this is an ongoing process. It's only the start, and they have asked for broader public to send information. And below here, the bigger picture here, it is by Andrus Kasema, and this is one of the buildings that actually a very fine building that is planned to be demolished by this zero energy project that I was talking to in the beginning. And the local decision makers, first of all, they considered it was just ugly. But then when they told that it's not just so ugly, and it's a very well-known artist, and it has quite a history behind it, they are more or less looking forward. I go a bit further on the work of Academy of Arts, where we are doing that. We have relocated several pieces of monumental art in last years. One is by Leo Rochlin, and unfortunately, this monumental art is now stored as blocks in the storage house, and the other one is a huge monumental fresco from 1960s by Dolores Hoffman. It was 70 square meters. You can never move it. It was taken into pieces and is now presented as small art of smaller pieces only. So we have lost the entity of this picture. And I go a bit back where I was. I'm going to talk about the dissonance again, and even more dissonant. This is, of course, not really. It is Sillamäe, the town that was built for a factory of reaching uranium, and it was highly secret city, and it's now going to be a conservation area because it's very well preserved in its original way, and we can really promote it as a dissonant, as a full real example of dissonant heritage. But we also have some other dissonant heritage sites from really modernist period. One of them is by Allan Murdmaa, the memorial in Maarjamäe, and I think this is one of the nicest sites how to neutralize the political meaning of this obelisk, because next to it we have our new memorial for the victims of communism, and if you have not seen it, then I really recommend to come and see. It's really, really impressive. one of the few monuments that we are really proud of in Estonia. But also with neutralizing, we have some other issues with the interiors, and I think we follow the line that we have to avoid blank pages in history, and this is one of the examples that in Maarjamäe Castle, which was turned into the Museum of Revolution in as late as 1987. With a huge panel by Evald Okas. The house is now renovated and it is in use as a museum, but also for several important events. And what was done was that the painting was restored by our students, and it is then covered with a glass, and the glass is connected with electric system, so that if you switch, it can turn like milk white, and you don't see these very, very Soviet painting behind it. And if you switch again, then you can see it. So it's a quite suitable way to eliminate in the meetings where it is not suitable. For example, when we had EU presidency, they hosted several leaders of Europe, and they couldn't be seen sitting under the coats of arms of Soviet Union. What is also very dissonant is that we are now working on vernacular paintings like Soviet military art. And it's always a question that do we want to cherish and show this history or not? So it's always important to keep it in line and to keep the context, preserve it in the context. And another picture from Hara Harbor submarine base, which is a huge interest for the nowadays local tourists, very few international tourists, but anyway, we just try to conserve it. It's done with limited resources, not to waste too much money, but at the same time to show the history and again avoid the blank page. And my last example is about Tallinn City Hall, which I think you also know very well. It was protected in 1999 to avoid it from demolition. And in 1990s, there was a lot of discussion, and it was clearly seen that this discussion, mainly the negative ideas of City Hall were organized by real estate developers who really wanted to get rid of it. And it has taken a lot of time to influence the public to see the values of the building. And luckily now, after this 20 years of protection, the public awareness of the values of City Hall is very high. Unfortunately, the situation of the building itself is very bad. And we had an incident some years ago that art school students, led by the headmaster of the school, they came and they just painted the dolomite plates of the building, which is now washed off, of course. But unfortunately, there is still no solution. What is going to happen? It's like a hot potato going from hands to hands. So I would like to conclude my overview with these main topics that I think that especially with dissonant heritage, we have to have the rights-based approaches taken into account to see the history of people and try to balance to have a balanced view on history definitely not cherishing the Soviet occupation, but not cleaning it off so that nobody knows what really happened. And important thing is management of change. And I forgot to add here the issues of climate change that I consider are the biggest concern with Soviet time architecture, that there must be a lot of investments made to make them energy efficient, but it's not impossible. So this is not an excuse to demolish these buildings. It's always an existing resource. So with this, I would like to stop my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Reen. And we have actually from the participants, I can see questions to you. And maybe Andris Schnee was the first who raised hand. Or I'm...
Well, actually, that is not raised hand, that was uploading to this indeed very interesting overview, and also with challenging issues. So Reen, thank you very much indeed. And this is your point, what to do with these places and sites from occupation period. That's really challenging also here, because of course we cannot forget this half a century of our history. But my point is how to avoid, how to say, glorifying and whitewashing this period as well. And we also here get discussions what to do with this monument of victory, so-called monument of victory in Riga. And I'm not sure that we will ever find some kind of solution how to present it to public, because it's too politicized and to one-sided view currently on this monumental statue. So yes, anyway, thank you very much. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I can see that Jānis Leinieks have a question. Please. Yeah.
You're muted.
Vēlreiz, es netīšām jūs atslēdzu.
Thank you, it was excellent. It was a prosperous. One question regarding that silicate brick building, which it was really, let's say, taken apart and then transported to the museum. Sorry, I cannot be for a long time in your ethnographical museum. How does it fit in the structure of the museum?
It was cut into panels. It was not taken brick by brick, but it was cut into panels. And it is, as you know, our ethnographic museum is very big. So they have a separate section for it. So if you go in from the main gate and turn to left, so it's more or less in the forest. It's not interacting with the ethnographic farmhouses.
It's separately located.
It's more or less separate. Yeah, there's nothing around it.
And it's for visitors as well, including interiors?
Yes, it's very good interior.
I can go inside and look for the Soviet kolkhoznik interior.
Yeah, and I really must say it's very, very high quality. My question is, why couldn't we have an extra open-air museum in one of those really real kolkhoz centers?
But the visitors will not go so far.
They do.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can see that Martin Mintaurs has raised hand, so he has some question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Alatalo, for your excellent presentation. I'm sorry I'm speaking today without camera, but nevertheless. My question would be as follows. How would you describe the general attitude in Estonian public towards this post-war modernism architecture? You mentioned already particular examples of good or less good attitude towards particular objects. But what would you say about the general position, general attitude to this period? Is it more about the traces of occupation, of Soviet occupation, or more about the modern architecture itself? Thank you.
I would like to say that it's more about the modern architecture. Of course, I cannot talk about all the peoples and all the groups, but I think the general attitude is now quite positive, and we have had some alarming cases of later demolishments that really have shocked people. But this more or less positive approach to the values of architecture has not come just out of blue, but it has been decades of promotion of the values of modern architecture by the architects and the conservators and architecture historians. So it has been quite a long process to get into the point that I think it's mostly highly valued. And also the first slide I showed you, that our Association of Architects, they chose so many examples from late Soviet period as significant objects of past 100 years. I think it's quite important.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So, and we have one more question from Vilte. That will be the last one, because next, then we need to really move forward to next presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Ren, for a very interesting presentation. I mean, it was wonderful and very illustrative. And my question, just you can answer it in short because we are short in time, but it's about strategy. Is there like a, I don't know, like logical strategy of how to preserve and what to preserve? I mean, do you have any like inventories? We have, for example, like 3,000 items of Soviet architecture, so like 2,000 of Soviet modernism, and etc. And we are selecting some examples to represent this period in the future. Or it's more like, at least in Lithuania, we have, oh, there is a demolition going on. Let's protest, let's preserve. So it's, at least in Lithuania, that's a bit chaotic. We still don't have a full inventory. We have recognition between architects, but it's not in heritage system. So I'd like to check what's in Estonia. Thanks.
Yeah, we are still relying on this inventory from 2007 and 2009, because we definitely have not much more buildings. There are some gaps in this inventory where some buildings have been missed or overlooked, but we have this inventory. But the problem is that the protection process is extremely slow. And sometimes we have to jump to protect something, but our current National Heritage Board is not very open to this quick reaction on the case of demolishment. But what I just take the chance that Andres was asking about or commenting about the dissonant heritage. Just last week I was in Barcelona and organized mostly by German ICOMOS and German Ministry of whatever, long name, urban development. They are organizing a research on dissonant heritage around Europe. And it is very, very interesting to see the examples from different totalitarian regimes in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal, like ours in Germany, how to deal with it. And I think the majority goes to the way that you should try to balance it. Definitely not to demolish it, but to balance it with like counter monuments or giving the meaning and such ways that, and also to keep up the discussion on dissonance. And that's a good way how to deal with it, especially in nowadays world when we have different political parties and immigration issues and things like that. I think to remember the past is the best remedy to deal with it.
Okay, thank you, Reen. So now we are moving forward to next presentation, and the next presenter will be Vilte Jaunuškaite from the Vilnius University. She is a practicing conservation architect and assistant professor at Vilnius University Faculty of History, and she's actively involved in international cooperation activities and trainings. And actually, in her PhD thesis, she has analyzed urban heritage protection in Soviet Lithuania, including formal recognition of Soviet modernism. And she has been also researching mass house phenomenon in Lithuania from heritage protection perspective and through the experience of long-term residents. So, Vilte, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. And as the screen is mine, I am starting sharing. So hopefully you can see it right now. And as for now in Lithuania, in fact, the situation of the Stalinist architecture is more like hot at the moment. There are a lot of discussions, all of them starting more or less with the airport building and then developing further. But this time I will talk about like less ideology containing part of the Soviet heritage, Soviet built heritage, so Soviet Lithuanian modernism architecture. So why it is important to talk about it and why it is interesting, it's because some of these objects were included on the National Heritage List back in the Soviet times. Some of them were rather new at the time of inscription, and they also represented a wide range of typology, from exceptional public buildings to like gray standard residential blocks. And the question is, we've been protected for so many years already, some of them, but what this protection means and what it still means in practice, in reality. So to begin, the first lists of monuments during Soviet times in Lithuania were completed in 1961 and 1973. And at the time, there was no Soviet architecture included because it was rather reasonable, probably because most of them possible Soviet heritage objects were still under construction. And Stalinist architecture in the 70s, it was not highly respected in the light of dominant modernist trends of the time, so it was not included. But one of like semi-architectural objects, the interior of Neringa Cafe in the Vilnius central part, in the old building, a modernist interior, it was included on the list in 1973. It was designed by young modernist architects. But meanwhile, in the USSR, as probably many of you will know, a USSR level campaign to declare monuments, some examples of Soviet architecture, was launched in 1969. And then the USSR Scientific Methodical Council for Cultural Monuments Protection presented recommendation on identification and recording of monuments of Soviet architecture. But definitely the pace was not considered fast enough in the USSR. And so in 1978, the council published a collection of articles dedicated to the same topic, and the republics were encouraged to proceed with the processes. However, during the discussion, it was clear that in most Soviet countries, the Soviet period started more than 20 years earlier than in the Baltics. And so people, professionals who participated in the discussion in the late 70s, they mostly talked about the Soviet objects, Soviet modernisms from the like 30s and etc. And Continuing in the same line, Lithuanian representative argued that it was yet too early to start including Lithuanian examples on the list, and affirmed that a best judge of monument value is time. So at the time it was a bit postponed, but not for long. Because the time to decide and to include some Soviet monuments, it came rather soon, because it was based on the idea to achieve a somewhat like more balanced list, because the previous one, according to the officials, it contained too many churches. And so in the early 80s, the Lithuanian Council for Monuments Protection started to discuss about it. The problem was that the Soviet architecture and urban planning in Lithuania, it was already recognized, and but it was recognized as achievement, as a Soviet achievement, but not heritage, because at the time, like Lithuanian Council, we maintained an opinion that real heritage is up until end of the 18th century. 19th century is like the Tsarist period, so it's not valuable. And what is newer than 19th century, it's just our times, and it shouldn't be a heritage. But of course, there was a lot of politics in the process, and many council members had strong prejudices, and there were strong contradictions, and we questioned the very concept of monument and its relevance to new buildings, asking why to protect completely new buildings, and are we in any danger? But as it is recorded in the minutes of the council meetings, the discussion came to an abrupt end when Jonas Glemža, who was a representative of the Ministry of Culture, made a very clear statement, like no Soviet objects, no list at all. So, and when there was a new discussion, I mean, which objects to include on the list. As in the previous case, the discussion again was put down by the same ministry official, who presented 4 criteria for inscription on the list. And as it is recorded, these criteria were agreed on in Riga at the so-called zone meeting, probably like the Baltic area. And so you see the 4 criteria. So actually the building or an area should be at least 5 years old. It should be artistically significant, means recognized, interesting structure, like technical achievements. And if it's awarded, it again gives an item more points. So naturally, at least in Lithuania, the number 1 was a mass housing district, call it Lazdynai, a microrayon that was completed in the 70s, and it corresponded to all 4 criteria. So it was completed more than a decade ago, in the mid-70s. It was recognized at national and also promoted at international level. Its terraced house is built perpendicular to the natural slopes, were recognized as like structural achievement. And finally, and most importantly, the authors and contractors of the district were awarded the Lenin Prize, the highest possible award for Soviet architecture in 1974. So that was the number 1. There was no discussion about it. And when in the same year, when 1984, the first list was completed, and it looks that other objects worthy of being enlisted were not considered so obvious. So it was proposed to use a list compiled by Lithuanian Architects Union. And there were 12 new objects in total, all exceptional public buildings of individual architecture and large volumes, and most of them were in fact designed by a very small core group of modernist architects who graduated in late 50s from like already Lithuanian architecture schools. So you see some examples, and among them, there was only partly residential complex that's a composers union building and row houses for union members in central part of Vilnius as well. And the next year, the list was extended, and it seems that at the time the criteria were more loosely interpreted, and this time the list encompassed a series of less prominent, definitely less known and less awarded objects that were like more functional. So again, there were 12 architectural and 4 urban monuments, including 6 apartment blocks. And here you see some examples. So urban residential monuments were represented by Žirmūnai microrayon that was completed in the late 60s and awarded with state prize in 68, or Students' Town, built a little bit later. One of the most interesting entries from my perspective is a standard prefabricated panel building. As you see, like a type project, and it was included because it was like a first of its type to be built in the Republic. And as you see as well in my notes, it was delisted in 2018. So not for long, it was formally protected. Other apartment buildings, these are already specially designed. This is individual design for nomenclatura and or maybe some artists, etc. Again, as you see, most of them have been already delisted. So in general, of the purpose of the list of 84 and 85, it was absolutely clear. It was recognition, like publication in Vilnius Architectural Monuments Catalogue, but not protection. All these buildings remained only formally under protection, but that was just a prestige. We were never understood as real, genuine heritage, deserving proper management and or conservation. And so when Lithuania got independence from Soviet Union in the 90s, it also means significant switch of attitude towards Soviet times heritage. However, despite this change in public opinion and professional debates, all the entries of the Soviet list of architectural and urban monuments were automatically transferred to the new temporary list in 1993. We were deemed to be inscribed because of the artistic value and was very considered neutral with regard to the regime. So that also echoes the discussion we've already had about the society attitudes. So that was the formal explanation back in the 93. However, contemporary practice is ambiguous. On the one hand, there is formal protection. There is some respect for some buildings, and that there is also hibernation or delisting ongoing. And I'd say there are 2 modernisms, in fact. The first one is representative, which is respected and more or less preserved. And the second one is this gray and mundane. It's mostly these apartment blocks and residential areas, and these are shifting towards a different attitude. So after the 90s in independent Lithuania, we can say there are 3 different processes. The first one is listing. It's also these cases are the most rare. Usually there is some public involvement and some protests in it. For example, Culture and Sports Hall, it was listed in 2006. And after a lot of involvement, a lot of public activism, because it was that's in the very city center, facing the main castle and cathedral square and what else, and near the river. So it was like a golden land plot. So it was sold for private investor with a goal to demolish it. But after it was listed, it went into hibernation. And in fact, there were several projects prepared. The last one was confirmed a couple of years ago. And restoration and extension works had to be started in this summer, but I mean, and it would be nice because it's 50 years as it's completed this year, so it's like a jubilee. But it was announced recently by the government that there is no funding and it's postponed again. So we have again one like abandoned building in the city center, waiting for better times. Another story is with the opera and ballet theater. That was finally listed in 2021. And why I say finally, it's because this building was on the tentative list in the 80s, but with no explanation, it was not listed. I have only one explanation. This is the only one building from all the list I'm talking today that was designed by a famous architect who is a woman. And she probably didn't go really well along with these core members of the male group, because that's really, I mean, every single person, like architect, architectural historian, also coming to Vilnius and seeing these buildings, yeah, but that's a really important example of a period. Is it listed? Like, no. So wow, that's strange. So I believe this is an interesting story to be explored more in the future by some researchers. And so the listing. This is the most probably popular, the most common. It began like a decade ago. And of course, the first one to be delisted was the urban area, the entire urban area, because it was like less famous, more like gray and mundane. And also it was the development pressures were highest. So it was really difficult to manage this area. And like there was increasing pressure of changing lifestyle, the problem of lacking enough parking space, and there were a lot of developers who wanted to build something in these green spaces between building. So the legal protection of this area was cancelled in 2012. But even more illustrative is the fact that even before cancelling this legal protection, some new and very prominent constructions were completed in the area. So this high rise you see in the background of the photo, it was completed when this area was still listed as protected area. And since then, the delisting of residential building is ongoing. And for now, like there are only 3 residential Soviet modernist buildings remained on the list, on the heritage list. But my suspicion is that it's because there was no interest in them for now, and they will be probably delisted in due time. And hibernation, that's also the very common practice. This is the description of the Composers Union building on our national register. As you see here, you should see a whole list of what is important, what is valuable in that particular complex of a building. So usually that's the extended list of at least like 1 or maybe several pages long. And here it's like data collection in progress. And it's been in progress for, I don't know, like more than 2 decades already. So it seems that it's just life going on as it goes. Of course, sometimes like this decay and lack of proper care and maintenance leads to really some collapses and dangerous situation. This is a shopping center that was built in the 80s and immediately included on the list. And just recently it started collapsing. On the bright side of that, it seems that the investor, the property owner, started to think what to do with it and ask it what is valuable. So for at least for this complex, the inventory will be properly made, and we'll see how it will develop it or restore it in near future. And meanwhile, for these hibernated buildings, like small alterations are ongoing. They are self-initiated, often self-made, and after each and every intervention, some authentic elements are usually lost, or at least covered by new layers of finishing materials that are not always compatible with the original. Even in the most famous area, the Lazdynai microrayon, there are no doubt it will stay on the list and it will stay formally protected, at least for now. But there are no conservation or management plans or proper regulations for the area. And there are several large-scale buildings completed in the area after 1990s, and renovation processes are accelerating. And probably as in all of the mass housing areas in our countries, long gone are days when it was, at least in Lazdynai, it was really strict. It was not only forbidden to replace windows, opting for frame other than original black and white combination, but also to hang out the laundry in the balconies of the main pedestrian area. Now it's all up to private property, and you can do everything. And as you see, all these white plastic windows are prevailing. Another problem is fences, because public institutions and association of apartment owners, we prefer to fence the plots, and it just ruins the structure and the idea of this open plan urban area. And the renovation, of course. Energy efficiency is prioritized at the government level, and thus many renovation projects are taking place. They are focused on thermal insulation of a building and designed by different architects or engineers, and usually they are based on random aesthetic preferences of particular owners or owners associations. So as you see, the question of authenticity and integrity is really, really relevant, even if the protection is formally not lifted. So I'd say there are two main reasons why the protection of Soviet modernism is not effective. So first of all, most of these objects were enlisted during Soviet period, and they don't reflect current approach. There are still discussions currently, and I'd say most of the society, like what not heritage professional, we don't think it's worth to be heritage. And second, there is a gap between the formal protection, the formal status, and real protection. And it's still recognition, but not conservation. And even heritage professionals, we still think that there is a very, very different, a big difference between old real heritage building and this Soviet heritage. Just yesterday, I attended a meeting at the Ministry of Culture, and that was exactly the view expressed by the minister himself. So I think we still have a lot to work on. And here, the story of concerts and sport hall again, lack of funding, unstable priorities like deciding and then canceling that decision, etc. So other goals are more important than preservation of this architecture. So there are many questions and issues, both from heritage conservation perspective and also regarding general attitude. And I don't know, is happy afterlife of socialist modernism is under question, in fact. And my last picture, the Composers Union Hall after the fire in 2016, it was, let's say, restored or renewed after that, but I think that's a very good illustration talking about the future of these buildings, which remains unclear. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Wilte. It was very interesting. Do we have questions from? Yes, we have. But before I will allow the questions, I want to say that in YouTube, where you are watching us, at the moment there is live chat possible. So if from the audience, I can see that there are around 50 people now watching us. If they have any questions, they can type it in YouTube live chat, and I will ask them to either presenter or at the end of today's two sessions, we will have a discussion part where we really will discuss different issues according to presentations. So now I can see that Martin Schmintaurs has raised hand, and he has one quick question for Wilte. Please.
Yes, thank you once again. Thank you very much, Wilte, for your presentation. I really should leave the further discussion to the discussion part, as Martin said already. So my question will be the short one. When you were talking about the preservation of residential areas built in Lithuanian towns and cities during the Soviet period, does this preservation also include the preservation not only of particular objects or the facades or whatever else, but also the urban structure of this area itself? I mean, the planning of the residential area. I mean that maybe you should not build any more new buildings inside this residential area to change the planning and so on. Is it also included as a part of these protection measures? Thank you.
Yes, at first it was, I mean, we were inscribed as urban monuments, so it meant that we were valued for exactly for urban planning, and the buildings were just a part of this urban structure, and etc. So the urban structure was the most important thing. But in the 80s, there were no real inventories, and it was not so easy to say it's possible or it's not possible to do something. And the same architect who in fact designed the urban plan for Lazdynai, he is the author of the church that was built in Lazdynai in the 80s. So, and some of the residents in fact told me that church ruined the composition of our beloved area. So there are contradictions as well, even between the authors. And for now, yes, these are heritage objects of urban significance. So they are protected, like all the urban structure, the path structure, street network, etc. These are protected, as well as some green spaces, and the fencing I mentioned. It's probably, like in most cases, it's partly illegal because some legal acts tell like schools that you must fence your territory, and heritage inventory says that no, it should remain open area. So it's listed as valuable features of the area. So in general, yes, that's urban planning area, that's urban conservation area.
Thank you.
So thank you for the answer, and I think we need to move forward, and next presentation will be given by Martin Schmintaurs. He is deputy head of the Latvian and Baltic Center of the Latvian National Library. As well, he's an assistant professor at the Faculty of History and Philosophy at the University of Latvia. His research interests are related to the theory of cultural heritage, the history of architectural heritage protection in Europe and Latvia, as well as philosophy of history and issues of Latvian cultural and social history in the 19th and 20th centuries. So the floor, or this time the screen, is yours.
Thank you, Martis, very much for such a long description of all my duties. And thank you, dear colleagues, for joining the conference. And I'm really happy that I also have the opportunity to join the conference as well. Apart from the two first presentations we heard today, which were dedicated more to the post-war modernism. This time I will turn the attention to different kind of topic, as Martis already told. Partly also because that nothing much has changed since the previous conference a year ago, when I had the opportunity to speak about the post-war modernism as an endangered part of the architectural heritage in Latvia. So there are many similarities indeed with the Latvian situation I heard today from our colleagues from Estonia and Lithuania as well. But in order to understand why the present attitude towards the post-war modernism or Soviet period modernism in architecture of Latvia is such as it is, maybe we should also turn a little bit more back in time to the previous period, exactly to the Soviet period and the attitudes towards architectural heritage as they were represented, as they were constructed and conceptualized during the Soviet period in question today. So it appears from the historical evidence that we have here in Latvia about the public and institutional attitude towards the architectural heritage during the Soviet occupation period, that this heritage was treated at least in two similar but from contents different ways. So the first way was when we are talking about the preservation of architectural monuments, the first attitude was more connected with preservation of national identity through the preservation of architectural heritage, and it was quite well understood both by Soviet officials and both by architects and historians and other enthusiasts that were involved in architectural heritage protection activities themselves. And the second part, which also came and which had some significance already during the Soviet occupation period in regard to the architectural preservation, was the international context. Here you can see on the right side of the slide a poster from 1986, which is devoted to the International Heritage or Monuments Protection Day in the 18th of April. So it was also mentioned during the Soviet period that the architectural heritage is not only, so to say, our local pride or part of the pride of the Soviet Union architectural heritage, as it was officially explained, but also it is part of the international concept of heritage as well. The other question is, or the other problem is how strong was this influence from the international issues that could reach the local situation in the Soviet Latvia during the 1970s and 1980s, but this is a different topic. Nevertheless, the preservation of architectural heritage as such was always connected to these two contexts I mentioned shortly before. Just to give some more information about the legal status of architectural heritage objects during the Soviet period, as well it was in the other so-called Soviet republics, there were two levels of recognizing the architectural heritage. So the first was the so-called Old Union level or USSR category objects that were listed here on the local level, on the level of Latvian institutions, but it had to be approved on the central level in Moscow. And this is a very stable kind of list. Nevertheless, it was developed already since the late 1940s, but only a few monuments, only the cream of the architectural heritage should be included in this all union category of historical buildings and structures. And the other category of architectural monuments, which was far more wider and which probably had more practical meaning in everyday activities of heritage protection, was the national and also the local category of objects, mostly the national category of objects, or the level of the Soviet Republic, as it was called officially in those days. Those were the historical buildings and structures that were put on the inventory and that were recognized mostly by the institutions at the Council of Ministers on the Latvian SSR level and also at the Ministry of Culture. So one more time, just to go a little bit back as far as in the late 1940s to understand what was going on in the field of the architectural heritage protection during the Soviet period in general. One should start with the late 1940s, when the Sovietization process of newly occupied territories was at its peak. And the heritage protection, the architectural heritage protection particularly, was split among various institutions under the supervising of the Ministry of the Council of Ministers. And Soviet legislation in the field was also introduced during the 1948-1949, and only in the 1943 the Ministry of Culture was established in Latvia as well as in other Soviet republics, and the Ministry of Culture took gradually over the field of monument or heritage protection in general until the early 1960s. The first national list of state protected monuments was established in 1954. There were many problems with approving it on the official level, just like Vilta said in her presentation. One of the arguments against this list in the 1950s was that there are actually too many churches and too many manor complexes included in the list, and so there were problems for several years to approve this list in Moscow. But nevertheless, the number of architectural monuments, of heritage objects, was gradually growing up from the 1950s until the late Soviet period in 1980s. And another aspect that was also with some practical meaning, with some significant practical meaning in architectural heritage protection activities during the Soviet period was the Association for Nature and Monument Protection that was founded in Riga in 1959. At first as a branch institution of the Academy of Sciences, and then in time it changed its legal status, and and the association also changed the title of this organization several times, slightly, but nevertheless, exactly in the 1970s and 1980s, this was a factor that was quite active in the architectural heritage protection, both in the area of popularization of this architectural heritage of Latvia, and both in the practical activities targeted towards particular objects of architectural heritage. And now we are coming to the point of this presentation. So, namely the two last decades, more or less, from the Soviet period, starting from the late 1960s and ending somewhere around 1987, 1988. So in the 1967, there were more activities made by the Council of Ministers, passing some legal documents on the improvement of cultural heritage protection activities in the Soviet Latvia, as it was called. And the practical issue was that the new national heritage list was approved in the late 1967, including more than 300 objects of cultural heritage in general, and also including 284 architectural monuments. What was new in this list in comparison to the previous activities was that historical town centers were listed for the first time. And in 1967, it was not a protection of these historical town centers in the proper way, but they were listed as areas that should be consulted with heritage experts when for example, the local municipalities of these towns could decide what to do with the historical area of the particular town. So if there was a kind of reconstruction prepared somewhere in Talsi or Cēsis or Bauska or other towns on the countryside, they should at first consult the experts at the Ministry of Culture, the experts of the heritage issues, what to do with the historical town center. In 1967, there were 18 historical town centers in this consulting list. The main core of activities was from the middle of the 1970s until the end of the Soviet period, when additional registration measures were taken regarding to architectural heritage objects, also on the countryside. This was also a period when complex research activities and regeneration projects for historical urban structures were carried out, and the projects were made. Not all of them were implemented because it was a very long process during the Soviet period because of the bureaucracy and because of the slow speed of Soviet administration in general. But there was a certain beginning of complex research activities targeted towards both urban structures and particular monuments of architectural importance. And also new legislation for heritage protection was introduced. We will come to this in the next slide. It also has to do with the Soviet ideology and the ideological attitude towards architectural heritage in this period. So in the 1983, another national heritage list was made. So less than 20 years had passed since the 1967. Also, the number of objects was rising. Also, the number of architectural monuments was rising, reaching more than 500 objects. And which is also important, the number of historical town centers now indeed put under the state protection in full size, so to say, were reaching now in the 1983 to 33 historical town centers. Coming to the issue about the ideological attitude towards the architectural heritage, one could of course take the legislative, the normative acts issued during the Soviet period, and you can find nice phrases in there, as here in this example of citing the Article 22 of the Law on Protection and application of historical and cultural monuments that was issued in 1977, that the state formally declared that yes, the cultural heritage is important for Soviet society and for Soviet everyday life, but of course this was the formal level of protection that was only declared. And also in this formal level, there were, as you can see from the quotation here, there were also some clues to ideological meaning of this cultural heritage and architectural heritage in particular. So when we come to some practical examples, then we can also speak of the so-called parade objects that were chosen by Soviet officials to show the care the Soviet government is taking of the architectural heritage in Soviet Latvia. So one of these parade objects was, of course, the Rundale Palace Museum complex. The museum was created in 1972, and in 1975 they started the reconstruction and restoration of the whole complex. And as you can see from the picture, the reconstruction of Baroque garden of the Rundale Palace which was recently made, and you can today go there and see that indeed it looks quite similar to this project that was made already in the 1973, how to reconstruct, how to rebuild this garden architectural structure of the Rundāle Palace. This was one of the so-called parade objects during the Soviet period. The other so-called parade object, which is sharply criticized in the 1990s and early decades of the 21st century for reconstruction conceptions and for restoration conceptions implemented there, is the medieval castle complex in Tureide, because nowadays you can hardly tell whether it is a ruined monument which should be just preserved in its actual situation, like other medieval castle ruins are preserved in Latvia during the decades, or it is something different because it was partly rebuilt, partly reconstructed during the 1970s and in the early 1980s, also as an attractive object for tourism during the Soviet period, and as an attractive object for showing yes, indeed, as a showcase, just showing the Soviet attitude towards medieval architectural heritage. Yes, but today it's really under the criticism of how it was made during the 1970s to be like this, like it is today. In the 1980s, there was a little, not a little, but not less important, but maybe less seen shift in the attitude towards other categories, other types of architectural heritage complexes, namely the manor complexes on the countryside. Apart from the Rundāle Palace complex, which is not a manor properly, but a residence of the Duke of Courland, but the smaller complexes of manor houses like this one in Schlockenbeck, coming from the 15th century already, which was also carefully restored for the use as a public museum of transport in the 1980s, and it was also quite up to date in the newspapers in the early 1980s, and there were many publications on this particular example, how to rebuild manor house in the museum and to preserve its historical structure. Another example talking about the manor houses and their complexes was a restoration project that was started and intended by the collective farm Nākotne in southwestern part of Latvia, and the former Brambergshof complex, or Bramberge called in Latvian, was also intended to be rebuilt, and the restoration process started in 1985 or a little bit earlier, and it was intended to be completed in 1995, but of course with the changes of economical system after re-establishing the independence of Latvian state, of course the collective farms existed no more, and also this project had to stop in unfinished condition. When we are talking about the urban structures, I can use here an illustration also coming from the middle of the 1980s. What was the general attitude, the general understanding of endangered heritage during the Soviet period, that the Soviet type of housing and the Soviet type of block building was eating off the historical pattern, the historical urban structures, not only in Riga or the outskirts of Riga, but also in the local centers during all across the country. And already in the 1967, in the newspapers, in the magazine Arts or Māksla, as it was called in Latvian, there was a huge discussion what to do with the preservation of historical town centers outside the capital, outside the old town of Riga, and it also had some contribution the value of these local or so-called provincial town centers, so all across the countryside. But at first, we should start with the case of the rebuilding of the historical center of the old town of Riga, which is of course hardly damaged during the Second World War, and actually it was also a kind of hot potato for the Soviet ideology what to do with the very core of the historical town, historical city center of Riga, and what to do with the restoration of the St. Peter's Cathedral. Finally, the restoration started in the middle of the 1960s, and during the 1970s, it already became a landmark of the Soviet Latvian capital, as it was called back in those days. And the picture you can see on the right side was quite widespread. Also to show that after the damages done during the warfare, the Soviet government has rebuilt this landmark of the city of Riga. Not to mention that it took more than 30 years to do it since the end of the Second World War. Then from 1975 to 1983, there was a huge program of regeneration for the old town of Riga. The project was made for these purposes, and you can see also a part of this model created as a part of this regeneration project, and also showing a partly rebuilt historical town center near the St. Peter's Cathedral. One more example from this regeneration program of the old town of Riga was an idea that was taken from, actually, to my mind, it was taken from the example of the Eastern Berlin with the GDR State Council building that included a portal of a historical building that was previously demolished after the Second World War. The original building was demolished, and then in the 1960s they built a modern style building of this state council of the GDR, and they decided to rebuild a part of this historical portal to be included in this modern style building. A similar idea was explained in regard to the Riga Polytechnical Institute laboratory buildings that were built in the old town of Riga, replacing the previous town hall that was also destroyed partly during the war and completely destroyed after the war in 1954. So this was the building on the top picture, built in 1966 for the use of the Riga Polytechnical Institution, and from 2001 to 2003. A replica of the historical town hall was built on the historical site, demolishing this building of Polytechnical Institution Laboratory and Corpus. Another example from the not from Riga but from the countryside, the town of Baltska, which was also hardly damaged during the Second World War. In 1988, there was a renovation program for the historical center, and the proposal made by architect Irēna Bākule to rebuild also the town hall of the town of Baltska. And since 2011, this idea that was declared in the late Soviet period came true. And today, in this building, there's a part of the city museum and other public and cultural institutions included in this rebuilt town hall building of Baltska. Another group of examples is, of course, which was also quite questionable and problematic for the Soviet ideology, was the so-called cult buildings or sacral architectural objects that were partly destroyed during the Second World War, partly abandoned as a result of anti-religious campaigns carried out during the late 1950s and early 1960s, and what to do with the with the sacral architectural buildings that were never used. They never used this name of sacral architecture during the Soviet period until the very last years, but they called them officially the cult buildings, of course. Here is a kind of a little bit of statistics showing in regard to those both national heritage lists that included in 1967 21 church of different Christian congregations, and in 1983 149 churches were put on the national architectural list. And in between there are statistics that were collected by Soviet officials but never published during the Soviet period, what happened to historical church buildings on the countryside and in the small towns of Latvia from the 1960 to 1970. And church abandoned and deceased in the natural way. This is also the official explaining of what happened with the church when the parish was closed down and the church was passed over to the local collective farm or other economical institutions to be used as a warehouse or something similar. Another example which was untypical for the Soviet period, but when the sacral architecture served as a propaganda object for Soviet needs, was the case with the Vietu Protestant or Lutheran church, which was destroyed in the summer battles of 1945 in Latvia, and then in late 1960s they turned it to the museum and commemoration place for the Soviet victory in the Great Patriotic War. Since it was not in the capital, and it was some more than 100 kilometers away from the capital, it was not very popular. But it was one example how the Soviet officials tried to cope with this problem of sacral architecture buildings during the Soviet period. Another example is the preservation of the first stone constructed building on the present day territory of Latvia with the ruins of the Ikšķile medieval church. The church was destroyed already in the course of the First World War and preserved in the ruined situation since then. And then there came the industrialization project of building the hydroelectric power station on the river Daugava near Riga, and the area was to be flooded. And at the last moment, the Soviet officials at the Ministry of Culture decided to preserve it on the small artificial island after the archaeological excavations were made in surrounding area around the church ruins. It was preserved in the situation like this, and some additional conservation measures were taken time by time in this object again and again. To make it more sustainable in the situation where it is now on the small island. Coming to the conclusions, one should say that during the Soviet period there were some particular things one can say about architectural heritage. It became an instrument for propaganda of state cultural policy in the socialism. It also became a landmark for semi-legal demonstration of non-Soviet identity, as it was received in the general public, especially in the 1970s, 1980s. So this architectural heritage, whether medieval buildings or manor complexes or buildings of the 19th century, should be our testimony that we do not belong to the Soviet type of identity. And nevertheless, the architectural heritage was also recognized unofficially, but in practice as a burden of history, and still recognized more as a problem in terms of protection activities than as advantage for social development. And this attitude still is going on today. also, so to say, as to be inherited from the Soviet period, that there are more problems connected with architectural heritage objects, with architectural monuments, than and less advantage if you are an owner of the architectural or a user of an architectural monument. So thank you for your attention. It was a very, very brief explanation of the topic.
Thank you, Martin, for quite good insight in Latvian Soviet period architectural heritage protection and how it has developed. So I will ask you. Oh, okay. So, is there any questions? Because we are a bit behind the schedule, and as we are behind the schedule, maybe if there's no questions, I would suggest that we are going to in 10-minute coffee break, and after 10 minutes we are returning with the section number 2, or the second section, which is dedicated to archaeological heritage that has been under the threat in the Baltic states. So we will be back online after 10 minutes. Tā, nu tagad YouTube. So, and at the moment in YouTube, they don't see us, so we can quite freely talk here in Zoom if it's necessary. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, 10 past 11, we are continuing with the archaeological session. join on a conference that has been dedicated to archaeological and architectural heritage and threats. So the second section are dedicated to archaeological heritage and the problems with it in all three Baltic states. And the first presenter will be from Estonia, Krista Karro, and she is currently working as advisor on underwater archaeology in the National Heritage Board of Estonia. From November, she starts working there as advisor on archaeological finds. And the co-author of the presentation, Nele Kengert, has been working as an advisor on archaeological finds in National Heritage Boards already for 7 years now. And both authors are archaeologists by training. So, Krista, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Can everybody see my PowerPoint presentation now? Great. Okay. Hello, everybody. Today I'm going to tell you a little about the Estonian experience in managing metal detecting and the illicit trade of antiquities, which is not only connected to metal detecting, but in Estonia it is very much connected to metal detecting. And I'm going to tell you a little about our system, how it works, and then about the downside of our system. Metal detecting and using all sorts of search devices, including sonar and magnet, has become very, very popular lately in the whole world. And it has its good sides, of course, for professional research. It sometimes gives an input which is otherwise looked aside or forgotten. But it also has, bad sides, because in every area you can see good people and bad people. Pillaging of cultural monuments is a very big problem in the world, not just only in the Baltics, in Estonia, but in the whole world. Lately, we have heard more about it connected to the wars in Near East. But I am going to tell you a little about the Estonian problems connected to searching for cultural artifacts and trying to make illegal money out of them, and how we deal with those problems. What are our experience? That is why first I have to give you a little overview of what an archaeological find is according to Estonian Heritage Act. Because in the course of metal detecting and also using sonars underwater and using magnets, an archaeological find is something which is collected, and this is an item or the object that we have to deal with later. So archaeological find, according to Estonian Heritage Act, is an object or set of objects created by human activity and sedimented or hidden in the ground or on the surface of the ground. Inside the structure, water body, or the sediments thereof, which has an archaeological, including historical, artistic, scientific, or other cultural value, and which has no owner, or the owner of which cannot be ascertained. And an archaeological find belongs to the state. How to reassure that archaeological finds that are unearthed from the soil of Estonia reach the state and reach the researchers? In the world where pillaging of archaeological objects, archaeological sites, and metal detecting has become very, very popular. So different countries have dealt with it differently, but in Estonia, we have gone down the road of legalizing metal detecting. In some countries, it is totally banned. In some countries, the laws are a little bit milder. It also depends on how much archaeological artifacts there actually are in a country. So in Estonia, I have to say that archaeological finds do not actually lie around everywhere. You have to know where to go to get more valuable items. Therefore, we have to be quite strict to make sure that people follow the laws that we have implemented on finding archaeological finds. Even if you find an archaeological find without the metal detector, you still have an obligation to notify the Heritage Board and hand it over to the Heritage Board. The Heritage Board then has to assess its cultural value and decide whether it goes to a museum collection, or sometimes items that are not very unique and that sometimes are not very old are given back to the finders, and the finders can then preserve them in their own collections. Basically, but if you want to search for an archaeological find with a search device, then at first you have to have a permit. And according to the law, it is also forbidden to use the search device on national monuments in the buffer zones of national monuments and on protected archaeological sites. We basically have two different types of monuments. We have national monuments, and then we have protected sites. And the protected the notion of the protected site was especially created in the new 2019 Heritage Act to protect archaeological objects from metal detectorists. But, yes. So basically, metal detectorism was legalized in Estonia. This hobby, being a hobby archaeologist, basically was legalized in 2011. And at first the system went so that you got a permit for 1 year after participating in a course, a training course, which is usually 4 days. and where different archaeologists speak about different archaeological monuments, archaeological sites, about the law, and basically all that people have to know to go out with a metal detector and to recognize an archaeological find. So after that, one could ask for a permit from the National Heritage Board, and the permit then was given for 1 year at first. And at the end of every year, one had to present a report of the finds that they have found in all year. However, this system didn't work very well because usually the reports weren't very informative, and we had lots of doubts that they, left all sorts of things they had actually found out from the reports. Because, if you go out like every weekend in a year, then you might forget something, or it doesn't even have to be like that you want to hide the finds, but you just may forget. So with the law of 2019, the system was made more strict and more informative for the state. Before every search, you have to notify who you are and where you go. You can do it in the Register of Cultural Monuments, but you can also do it by email or a mobile text. Then you notify, then you go out, and then you have 30 days to present a report. What you found, where exactly you found. If you are well informed, then you can also add some GPS coordinates of the finds. You have to add pictures of the finds, and then it is the duty of National Heritage Board to see what you have found and decide whether you have to hand over something or you can preserve everything in your own collections. So as a result, we have very different kinds of objects which are not always archaeological, because they are very often newer than 1945, which is a kind of official date from older of which the finds become archaeological. So basically, somebody has to look through all the reports and decide how many things or which things have to be handed over. Then they bring in the things, and then we have to provide them with an expert's assessment in 6 months. Or if the site needs to be inspected, then in 3 months, which of course is a little problematic for us, because statistics, there are with the date of 8th of March 2021, there were 638 people who had the search permit. And we had from the 1st of January 2020 to the 8th of March 2021, this is a little bit more than a year, we had over 5,000 search notifications and about 5,000 reports. And a report can include one artifact, but it can also include many. So we have asked to hand over artifacts in 224 times from 525 different sites, but only 11% of those have been assessed by an expert. The expert usually is an archaeologist. As said, we don't ask them to hand over all the finds, but only archaeologically more interesting finds. But there are still quite many. And the permit owners thus are not happy because they don't get experts' opinions, and they become, if they become unhappy, then very often they just, they don't notify about the fines. Okay. I also had a map here. Green dots represent search notifications during the period, which was a little over 1 year. And the red dots represent search reports. So as you can see, we have a whole load of work to do. As said, when people get unhappy, then they might get an idea that it would be more profitable to sell things on black market. And as I said, most people who own the permit and who have this kind of hobby are good people and notify about fines. But there are lots of people who don't follow the law and don't get a permit and don't notify about their fines. And this is a very big problem in Estonia. Once an Estonian archaeologist told me that if we knew about all the finds that have been unearthed from the soil of Estonia, then we would have a lot different opinion about the Estonian prehistory. Yes, I think that he's quite right, and I think that lots of things are unknown to the state and therefore cannot be researched. And this is a great loss to the state, and therefore we have to deal with the problem. But in that, we meet with different difficulties. Legal difficulties. There are, though, some positive cases that we have experienced in our practice in dealing with violations of the law in national monuments and with the illicit trade of objects that have probably been found with a metal detector or also taken up from the bottom of the sea. As I said, the search device is not only used on land, a sonar or a magnet, which is mostly used on water, is also a search device and is regulated with the same law. And in Estonia, we also have hobby diving to national monuments regulated. And in that field, we also have lots of problems that artifacts from ships are taken up from the bottom of the sea, and which is illegal. And next I will bring you a few examples, one from the land and one from the sea, where those laws have been violated and how we have dealt with it. Maybe the most maybe this is maybe one of the most positive cases that we have had in that sense. In 2017, it was a local a local National Heritage Board inspector was notified that on Saaremaa, a hill fort had been pillaged by metal detectorists. They went to investigate, and it turned out that there were over 200 holes made on the plateau of a Viking and I believe late Iron Age hill fort. The hill fort was not very well studied, therefore we could expect that the cultural layer was still in situ and the structures were still in situ. But you could see from the holes that in some places stones had been removed from the cultural layer. Therefore, we believe that the cultural layer and the stone constructions of the wall were probably harmed significantly. We were in luck because one random bypasser saw a person with a metal detector searching on the hill fort, and the bypasser happened to know who it was. So we basically had a person to blame. However, it was taken to the court, and the person was accused for violating a national monument, cultural layer of a national monument, but he only confessed to making 11 holes. And he also handed over his fines, and these were the fines which you can see on the upper left picture. Sadly, not very well valuable fines in that sense. He was punished, but we still don't know who made the rest of the holes. And we also don't know what was found from the cultural layer of the hill fort. There are rumors that Viking weapons were found and sold on the black market, that very unique coins were found and also sold in a black market for like 5,000 euros a piece. So we just have rumors, and we have a piece of history which is eternally lost for the researchers. So that's we did find somebody to punish for this, but let's say the real bad guys were actually unpunished. So in that sense, Saaremaa is one of our problematic regions. There are lots of people pillaging the national monuments with metal detectors. And we very often have rumors, and sometimes we even have rumors with names, and we know that those people are very often connected to illegal unearthing and illegal trade of artifacts. But we can't prove anything. And here, I just show you a picture of a set of weapons, which we only have a rumor and a photo that those were sold to Finland, found from the island of Saaremaa and sold to Finland. And as we heard, there were more swords, but we only have a picture of one. So yeah, that's a real problem, and we can't really do anything. From the underwater field, in that area, we have quite many. We have basically a good network with other boats. We have a good network with the Navy and police and border guard, and very often we get notifications from our informants about illegal divings, and basically we have caught two guys twice from diving on Schleswig-Holstein, but sadly it's also very, very hard to prove anything, since it's actually possible to throw all the things that you have taken up from the shipwrecks to the sea, or it's also quite it's quite easy to show that we haven't really done anything. This case is still going on. We don't have the result yet, but we hope that we can at least have them pay a fine or something. This is another thing which is very problematic. While Viking artifacts are very popular, then the Second World War objects, especially underwater objects, ships, are also very, very popular among hobby divers, but also among criminals who pillage them, take up artifacts, and then sell them on illegal markets. That's yeah. But now we also have some experience with the next level of this criminal network, in that sense. Auction houses and web shops. We have one big web shop in Estonia as well, which is called osta.ee, where we have a very good cooperation with them. Very often we find something that seems to be illegally obtained from Estonia, and then we get very easily the seller's contacts, and we can take contact with them. But very often, thanks to our laws, it's very often hard to accuse them, because it's basically not illegal to buy a culturally valued object, but it's illegal to unearth it without a permit, or even without having notifying the National Heritage Board. And if we can't prove that they actually have unearthed it as well, in addition to obtaining it from the market, then we can accuse them. But if not, then they are just kind of buyers with good intentions. So that's also a big problem. However, we have also this one a bit more positive case with eBay, where we found lots of Viking Age stuff again for sale. And in this case, we were also in luck because they had prices. In Estonia, it's a criminal deed if you do something which is worth more than 200 euros. And in this case, the prices are higher than 200 euros, which was also a positive thing for us. So basically, we asked for you can see the textile fragments and the sword, how it's called, the handle ends, and neck rings. So Estonian Police and Border Guard made a test buy from this site, this ring, and it was assessed by an expert, and it was actually found that it was more like Latvian origin than Estonian. And as the seller was also of Latvian nationality, then the whole case just was given over to Latvia and we basically don't know what went on with that. So I believe we still have the ring, which belongs to Latvia. So this is one experience with internet sites, which has found this kind of positive ending in Estonia. Okay, so I hope that I could enlighten you about the Estonian experience in dealing with problems of metal detecting and pillaging of archaeological heritage, and it was quite a short time, and maybe I wasn't able to explain everything in depth. So I believe that if you have questions, you can ask them from me or from my colleague Nele Kangert, who is also with us today here during the discussion time. Thank you. And here are our contacts.
Thank you, Krista. We are a bit under our time, but I will permit one question, and that question will be from me, because as you know, I'm the person who is working in Latvia with this field as well. So quite often we hear that in Estonia, it's better to metal detecting because they are actually paying something for those fines. So therefore, I want to clarify, what is the situation with the compensations of those artifacts that has been taken to the museums from the metal detectors?
Yeah, thank you. This is, I believe this was one of the aspects that I couldn't, I didn't talk about much. If you do everything correct, you have an entitlement for a reward. But this reward does not only depend on the market value of the things, but it also is connected to the cultural value of the thing. So if a thing is really unique and really necessary in order to understand the history and archaeology of some area or some region, then it will have a bigger reward. And sometimes you can have quite a big money for like one artifact, but sometimes if you find like 200 coins which are very abundant in Estonia, that we have lots of them already in the collections, and they are not very valuable archaeologically, then the reward is not very big. But I also have to say that lately we just gave out a reward of 65,000 euros. So if you really want to become rich, then you should really become an experienced metal detector and find something really unique and great, and then you can get a lot of money. So I believe that it is a motivation for people to hand over items. Yes.
Okay, I have some other questions regarding to this, but that I will leave for discussion, because I have been spoken with the people from Estonia as well, and I know that it's with the money it's usually comes some problems. But now we are looking forward, and the next presentation will be given by Agne Zilunskaite. She is at the moment head of Society of Lithuanian Archaeology. And she with co-authors, two more girls from Lithuania, Justina Poškiene from Vilnius University and Augustina Kuriliene from, she's from Department of Cultural Heritage of the Ministry of Cultural of the Republic of Lithuania. And they all together have prepared the presentation about the current challenges in management of endangered archaeological heritage in Lithuania. So, hi, Agnes, really nice to meet you and see you, and the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. First of all, let me thank you for the possibility to be here on behalf of three of us. It's a challenge to talk about all the problems of archaeology in Lithuania and fit in 20 minutes, but so we decided to focus on three main cases or topics today. And first of all, archaeological heritage inventarization, listing and research. Secondly, archaeological heritage protection regarding metal detecting, illicit trading, as well as underwater archaeological heritage safeguarding, and requirements for preservation of archaeological heritage in situ. And the following aspects were singled out considering the most recent developments in this field and illustrate the practical implementation of archaeological heritage management principles in Lithuania. So the principles generally are described as a cyclical process based on documentation and registration, followed by the stage of inventarization, assessing significance, selection, protection, or excavation, and finally interpretation, synthesis of and communication, which provide the necessary feedback. Major tasks within this process fell into the area of governmental responsibility and are regulated by legal instruments. Notable developments can be identified regarding archaeological heritage management after 1990s. The current framework of cultural heritage protection is determined by the Law of Protection of Immovable Cultural Heritage, which was adopted in 2004, amended approximately 24 times. The law defines the process of protection correspondently to the general accepted principles. Nevertheless, archaeological heritage management concept is not properly developed and is still defined as cultural heritage administration and protection. In the beginning of 2005, there were approximately 2,500 archaeological objects listed in the Register of Cultural Properties. But until now, after 15 years, there are around 1,000 more, approximately 3,300. Listed in the register, and this amount establishes around 30% of the total number of immovable cultural heritage, which consists of more than 25,000 unique objects and the same list. The territories of the state-protected archaeological heritage objects covers around 7,000 hectares, with the buffer zones much more. To put it simply, archaeology covers around 1.4% of Lithuania, nowadays Lithuania territory. As you can see, the number of 3,300 archaeological heritage objects consists of various region-specific archaeological objects. It can be easily observed that the hill forts, a bit less than 1,000 are the most numerous type, as well as different kinds of burial places, accounts the second third of the total number of archaeological heritage objects in Lithuania. Contract archaeology system with the principle polluters pay or developers pay is implemented in Lithuania. The attention is paid on the control of procedures and the methodological standards in the archaeological work. One of the first regulations concerning these cases for obligatory archaeological excavations and the first standards were issued as early in 1994. Since 2005, all interventions concerning heritage objects are legitimized by so-called heritage maintenance regulations, and standardized requirements where and how archaeological excavations should be conducted became a legal norm since 2011, when the heritage maintenance regulation was adopted. The effect can be observed in number of permission for archaeological research issued since this 2011. As I have mentioned, archaeological research is recently mostly funded by the holders prior to or during the construction works, development, link communications, etc. These research are in most cases of small extent, and their results add a minimum value to accounting of the archaeological heritage. Scientific academic research or research of heritage protection purposes make only up to 10% of the whole number of excavations. There are only several good examples of harmonization of interest of contract and academic research. This can be said about the state or, for example, European Union funded infrastructure development projects. In 2020, 2021, valuable data for both science and heritage protection were collected during the archaeological research in sites of strategic communication projects such as Rail Baltic railway line or the gas pipeline between Lithuania and Poland. Significant technological achievements in regard to the register of cultural properties should be mentioned. Textual and spatial data was digitalized and provided in open access via internet. Plans of protected territories and buffer zones of archaeological objects were digitalized with the help of GIS systems in 2006 and 2007. Moreover, data exchange is conducted between the Register of Cultural Properties and the Real Estate Register. Since 2005, namely owners, managers, and users of the cultural heritage objects became the main actors of protection process and are obligated to conduct maintenance of an object. This is seen as a serious social challenge and well-timed information on restrictions of land use for those who possess or manage property in the territories of protected or protected buffer zones of cultural heritage is vital. In this regard, the data exchange between the registers of cultural properties and real estate should be identified as an important attempt in making relevant information available. So it can be considered as the first step for legitimizing of protection requirements. Since 1990s, legal requirements concerning documentation of listed objects have been changed at least twice, so the administrative and technical resources were concentrated mainly on preparation or rewriting of the new documentation for already listed heritage objects. It led to stagnation of the state-supported programs for archaeological surveillance, inventorizing, as well as research, which is indispensable for identification and assessment of the archaeological heritage object and its territory under protection. So the Department of Cultural Heritage launched the inventorization program for removable cultural heritage only this year in 2021. So it means that inclusion of only potential immovable heritage into the inventory has started. Here you can see the questionnaire of an inventorized heritage object, which consists of the title, the main information as title, location, description, geometric parameters, photo fixation, some archival sources might be added, and literature. Important to know that any person or any legal entity can have an access to fill it after informing the department. So the legal basis for this process has been developed too. Hope that the database of this inventory will start next month or in a few months. Also, a listing of an object into the inventory has no legal consequences. The value of the inventory lies in the possibility to find all the data about any potential heritage object in one place, location, description, as well as distribution into some particular groups. At the end of each year, heritage objects, which can be considered for inclusion to the Register of Cultural Properties, will be selected. What we should mention more, that there are several exceptions for archaeological heritage objects when we are talking about this inventory. So first of all, the documentation for listing of obvious archaeological heritage objects into the Register of Cultural Properties can be initiated and prepared without waiting for the selection and for the end of the year. And secondly, that the accurate localization of potential heritage sites can be left unspecified in order to avoid illegal metal detectoring. Another related topical issue, state-funded archaeological research for heritage protection purposes. In 1993 to 2009, the Department of Cultural Heritage and Cultural Heritage Center implemented in total 6 long-time state-funded archaeological research programs. The main objectives were to initiate and conduct archaeological research for several purposes. First of all, for rescue, for example, crumbling and eroding sites, and accounting purpose. Hereby, the maximum scientific information about archaeological heritage objects was collected or revised, as well as data about until then unknown archaeological objects was collected too. The financing for archaeological research in 1993-2008 was not high in compared to the whole budget for heritage protection, of course. Nevertheless, this allowed to collect valuable data about archaeological objects, to revise the data, or even to remove some object from the Register of Cultural Properties. In comparison with archaeological objects most excavated today, state-funded excavations mainly involved burial grounds and cemeteries, ancient settlements, and hill forts. It was also influenced by factors such as setup of forest roads, forest quarterly lines, which had damaged burial sites and raised the necessity of investigations. However, today, only one state-funded archaeological research program is implemented. It aims to revise and specify missing data of archaeological objects, which are already included into Register of Cultural Properties. For instance, to specify its territory or chronology or other information. As you can see, the finances for such kind of research are not high and do not reach the annual average of earlier programs. However, archaeological research is performed every year in 3 up to 6 archaeological objects in total per year. Unfortunately, today, state-funded programs do not solve problems caused by different kinds of destructive factors as nature or human activities. The eroding parts, landslides, harms made by roads, forest deforestation, railways, and so on. So the damage is usually recorded, but there are no possibility to conduct archaeological research in these places by the fund of the state. There are only several exceptions. There are, we can talk about the most representative objects of Lithuania, as well-known hill forts and so on. So the land owners are also far from being able to fund research of such extent in many cases. However, many archaeological sites in the regions are managed and adopted for visitors with the support of the European Union. So it's not so bad in this case. It should be stressed that archaeological objects suffer from deliberate human activity too. In 2018-21, the Department of Cultural Heritage has initiated 8 procedures to identify the harms made on archaeological objects. However, it can be said that it's a long and difficult process to organize. And it is rather a rare case when the real amount of harm is recovered from those who have caused it, as they are often financially insolvent and cannot be fully taxed. And considering the large financial amounts of harms, the financial capabilities is also evaluated. Therefore, the harm makers are usually fined through the Code of Administrative Offenses and the Law of Protection of Immovable Cultural Heritage. In this way, usually it is demanded to fund archaeological excavations in order to record and preserve only what had remained after the harm. And most of the harms are of small extent, but several exceptional cases can be mentioned. In Kulautova Cemetery, a living house was built without any archaeological excavations. Or, for example, in Bedrei Hillford settlement, the landowner decided to dig out the ground, in this case, a cultural layer, and to sell it. In both cases, large amounts of harms were calculated, and the trial process are still ongoing. So we're waiting for the results. And 70 more protocols of Code of Administrative Offenses were formed during the last 3 years. As elsewhere, metal detectoring is evaluated ambiguously. And the Lithuania law prohibits the use of metal detectors for search of archaeological finds to anyone except qualified researchers with the permission. Those who discover archaeological finds by chance have to submit them to the Department of Cultural Heritage within a week. After the decision of the Commission for the Evaluation of Movable Cultural Property concerning the cultural value of the finds, these are submitted to a museum by the order of Minister of Culture. The museum is obligated to reward the finder the agreed price. On the other hand, we have not yet been cases of asking compensation from the museum by the finder, so we just don't know about these cases. Here you can see the data, how many times the finds were submitted within the period between 90s and 91. It should be stressed that these are not only archaeological finds. There are also finds from 19th, 20th century, various coins, buttons, identified objects, and others. It is important that the evaluation board, which make decision on legal protection of an archaeological object, very seldom recommends to include these sites indicated by metal detectorists into the register of cultural properties. And it is only about the one site annually. The submitted finds are often of different chronologies, originating from different contexts, objects, or even regions. In this way, trust is of a great importance. Therefore, such objects now are often suggested to be included into the inventory, which was presented several minutes ago. Unfortunately, archaeological finds which appears on different sites and forums do not create trust on metal detectors, as well as traces of digging in various kinds of archaeological objects. It is often impossible to detect the original location of these finds, which appears on the internet. And we can still observe that archaeological finds are usually not officially sold there, I mean in the internet. They are collected or sold privately, and it's very difficult to track such kind of process. Moreover, there is no person responsible for this function in the Department of Cultural Heritage. This way, we have no possibilities to examine everything and detect the responsible individuals. Police also has neither enough experience nor resources to react to all this every new about this situation. We also collaborate with the police, which is familiar with the permission form of archaeological excavation, so they are informed about that situation. However, it is obvious that the results of these preventive activities are not enough. Therefore, it is discussed about the necessity to legally regulate metal detectoring outside the protected territories and all the duties of metal detectorists. Since the new amendment of the law of protection of immovable cultural heritage is planned in the upcoming years, we hope that this issue will be regulated. Also, it must be said that there are always two opposing camps here in Lithuania to forbid or to allow. And it will be not easy to decide what we need to do. The situation of the underwater archaeological heritage is less complicated. Obviously, it does not evoke so many passions. 4 objects were registered as underwater movable cultural heritage before ratification of the UNESCO Convention in 2009. And the Department of Cultural Heritage is responsible for its coordination and implementation, and more attention for this kind of heritage has been paid after 2009, and now we have 20 more objects in our register. So according to this convention, the methodology for protection of the objects registered as immovable cultural properties was prepared and accepted in 2020. And this methodology was introduced this year. For its implementation, an agreement was signed in 2019 between the Department of Cultural Heritage, Lithuanian Transport Safety Administration, State Border Guard Service, and Lithuanian Armed Forces. So one of the aim of this methodology is a collaboration with the divers and the divers clubs, as well as the involvement them into the process of fixation and monitoring of underwater heritage. According to the methodology, the divers who wish to take a dive near the protected underwater object must receive a permission from the territorial division of department. The diver should provide an information, descriptions, photos about the underwater heritage object just after the dive. In this way, important information about the underwater heritage objects will be collected for listing, condition, monitoring, and control. The reports will be added to the Register of Cultural Heritage. So this year, as this practice we introduced only now, we have already two permissions, and we are still waiting for the report. So we'll see the system will work or not. One more biggest problem of cultural heritage sites in the land is that the land reform launched after the restoration of our country and after the independence did not always take into account the existing cultural heritage sites. And the land ownership rights in their territories were restored. Absence of mechanism of real compensation caused a conflict between the scientist or heritage specialist and the owners of the landing from the very beginning. And the fragmentation of cultural heritage territory, when part of the territory is distributed to private owner and another part for the state land, causes many problems of administration, management, and maintenance. This land management reform has resulted in a large proportion of archaeological sites still being in a vacant state land. They have no plots of the land and they have no managers or no owners just. In this case, there is no one responsible for the management and maintenance of such objects. Even a significant number of hillforts are in the free state land and have no real owners. There is another relevant issue to terms of private ownership that archaeological research may be carried out by archaeologists only with the permission of the landowner, as the majority archaeological research is currently carried out on behalf of the landowner, so there is not such big problem. But for those who want to carry out, for example, the scientific research, or research for the new with the aim to find the new archaeological objects, such a regulation is a complicated factor. Okay, and several quick examples. Kulautuva Cemetery, which has already been mentioned before. The territory of the cemetery is divided into 37 private plots, and the intensive building process are there. Archaeological research is carried out at construction sites, building engineering, communications, and so on. What happened next when the fences will grow up in these plots, we don't know. So the possibility of archaeological research is diminished by the right of the owners to allow or disallow these excavations in these plots. One more very important site is Šventoji Stone Age settlement on the seashore of the Baltic Sea. It is the largest protected heritage site in Lithuania, twice larger even than the Vilnius Old Town. Currently, about 700 plots have been formed in the settlement, which belong to about 1,000 owners. There are many issues there. Archaeological research is, of course, coordinated by the Department of Cultural Heritage. But there is no strategy for preservation of specific objects, possible changes in hydrological regime, and the specific of these archaeological objects are not taken into account. There is no clear regulation of definition of the most valuable part of such kind of object. So the questions are how to ensure maximum collection of scientific information in such kind of objects, and how to ensure the preservation of such kind of objects. We believe that increasing the volume of mandatory archaeological research might help, and also the most valuable parts zone, protecting them in situ. It means that establishing a reservation regime. The law of 2005, following the requirements of Valletta Convention, establishes the possibility to apply this reserve regime. In 2005, a list of 76 archaeological objects, mainly isolated burial mounds and several hill forts and ancient settlements, which should be preserved in the reserve regime, was approved by the Ministry of Culture. The list intentionally compiled archaeological objects which are situated in remote territories with no demand for land use or for scientific interest. Moreover, the substantial number of burial mounds were partly destructed at the moment, and the list of objects do not represent neither diversity, neither chronology of Lithuanian archaeological heritage, and thus do not meet the demand of the law, as well as the international practice to shift in conservation policy from excavation to in situ preservation. No amendments were made to the list up till now. Thus, archaeological excavations or protected documentation can be identified as the only means of archaeological heritage protection so far. But the task of reviewing this list is on the agenda of the Department of Cultural Heritage. And finally, the preservation of archaeological elements in situ, following the Valletta Convention requirements, became a law since 2005 as well. The final decision on the preservation of archaeological remains in situ makes the Movable Cultural Heritage Assessment Councils. In the decision to protect archaeological heritage elements in situ is taken, these elements are listed in the National Register of Cultural Properties as an individual object or as a valuable property of the already listed heritage object. Approximately 120 elements of such kind of heritage are listed in the Register of Cultural Properties. And the preservation of archaeological remains in situ generally meets the idea of exhibition, rather than of potential intact archaeological resource for future investigations. Less presentable archaeological elements are usually destructed during the archaeological excavations and removed to the other places. In case of Vilnius, during the period 2006-2020, approximately 23 cases, elements of archaeological heritage were not recognized to be valuable, and approximately 18 cases, elements were inscribed into the register. The decision of the preservation of archaeological remains in situ is not only an issue of the understanding of archaeological heritage values, but a financial, technical, and the legal challenge too. The attention needs the problem of the maintenance in situ, preserved archaeological constructions, especially if it is set as an exhibition in case the development project is stopped or after it is completed by the private investor. And here is an example. In 2008, during the archaeological excavations, the remains of a kiln from 17th to 18th century were found. The reconstruction works were stopped and the remains were assessed as a valuable property and were to be preserved. As it was not possible to do it during the construction, it was decided that kiln should be conserved and dismantled into 3 segments and at the cost of the developer. After the building is constructed, the kiln was to be brought back for public display. But the construction of the building was halted and the future of dismantled kiln is unknown, despite of the fact that it was inscribed into the national register. Of course, there are more successful examples. I will finish in a minute. However, legal preservation of archaeological remains does not necessarily mean successful convey of archaeological heritage values to the public or even its physical survival. A great number of cases lack basic visual and textual interpretation and make minimal value for the society. There are several not perfect examples from our point of view. Just several pictures to show more examples, especially some private initiatives, which I believe is more or less better example for preservation of objects or layers in situ. Here you can see 2 private galleries where the layers and the constructions you can see. Also, we can mention the remains of the 17th century kiln and the hippocaust system. One more situation when the kiln also was moved and now it's in a public library and the local society use it for the educational purposes. One more situation when the preserved elements of archaeological heritage can be covered and protected by roof or by buildings or constructed over the archaeological structures which also serve a protective casing. And finally, to sum up, that the aspects presented do not reflect the complexity of archaeological heritage management problems. Nevertheless, developments over the past decade have led to the new approach on archaeological heritage in Lithuania. A number of principles replacing the concept of monuments protection by the concept of heritage resource management were introduced into the legal system, which should be further elaborated as a process with the necessary reflection and feedback. So summing up, efforts should be put into enhancing the archaeological heritage management system, both elaborating legal instruments for the heritage protection and communication on archaeological values for the society. Respectively, the issues of resources is also on the agenda. If you have any questions, not only today, but also later, we are always ready to help and to answer them. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Agne. It was very interesting presentation, and I would say you quite good managed to zip up all the Lithuanian archaeological problems in just a half an hour. So I have some questions, but those will be left for discussion. And the next speaker of today's second session, which is dedicated to archaeological heritage and its threats, will be Jānis Meinards. He is specialist in the Department of Archaeology and History of Latvian National Heritage Board, and one of his main interests research are underwater archaeology and its protection. So the screen is yours, Jāni.
Paldies, Mārci, and hello to everyone. I hope that you can see my presentation in full screen view now.
Yeah.
So, as Mārcis already introduced me, I'm an archaeologist and I'm working for the National Heritage Board of Latvia. My daily duties are mainly related to land-based archaeological heritage sites, but I also devote a small portion of my work to the little known and even less studied underwater cultural heritage of Latvia. And I am also the delegated representative of the Heritage Board in this working group on underwater cultural heritage of the Baltic Region Heritage Committee. And this group is composed of representatives from underwater heritage management authorities of all the Baltic Sea states, and operates as a platform for international cooperation and networking. So I'm also grateful to Professor Schnee for actually inviting me to speak to you about underwater heritage, which is actually somewhat forgotten here in Latvia, but has received a lot of attention in other countries around the Baltic Sea, including Lithuania and Estonia. And therefore, I hope that my today's talk will promote the importance of underwater heritage sites a little bit, and nonetheless among the professionals of heritage sector here in Latvia. And I also have to confess that I do not have an academic background in underwater archaeology, nor am I a diver. So it is interesting to speak after Krista, who is an actual underwater archaeologist. But as far as I know, only one person in Latvia has received a higher education in underwater archaeology, and there's one land-based archaeologist who has undergone the specific courses of heritage diving, but none of them are active in the field. In contrast, both Klaipėda University in Lithuania and the Estonian Maritime Museum and National Heritage Board in Tallinn have become strong centers in the field of underwater heritage with professional staff. But I will come back to these differences at the end of my presentation. So, when starting my talk, it is important to answer the question of why am I talking about underwater cultural heritage and not about underwater archaeology? And this is a part of a broader debate in modern archaeology about what we call and what we do not call archaeological heritage. And similar to land-based archaeology, until recent times, only the wrecks of older wooden ships were considered archaeologically interesting and therefore archaeology. But this definition is increasingly expanding chronologically, including also the evidence of military conflicts of the 20th century. However, until now, the military heritage of the 20th century has not been studied by underwater archaeology techniques, and thus calling it an underwater archaeological heritage, although the only possibility of exploring it would be by such methods, is still a bit too early. I therefore operate with this wider concept of underwater cultural heritage, which encompasses sites permanently or periodically submerged underwater, wrecks of ships and other vehicles, old port structures, submerged Stone Age landscapes with settlements, burial sites, and fish traps, and a whole range of other sites. And to give you a very short introduction to the rich and varied underwater heritage of the Baltic Sea, I will show you just a few examples. This is the wreck of the 17th century Swedish warship Bodekul. It is one of the best preserved 17th century wrecks in the world, but there are several other shipwrecks in the same excellent preservation conditions in the Baltic Sea, most of them known in the deeper and colder waters on the Swedish and Finnish coasts. This second example also comes from Sweden, and it's a late 17th century, early 18th century Dutch merchant ship Anna Maria, a flute. And these two excellent examples represent the thousands of wooden shipwrecks that the Baltic Sea is famous for. The cold and brackish, that means with very little salt content in the water, waters of the Baltic Sea, as well the intensive use for commerce, communications, and naval operations since the Bronze Age, has made the Baltic Sea the richest place in the world when we are speaking about wooden wrecks. But of course, not only wooden wrecks, as I have already said, are the ones that constitute the underwater cultural heritage of the Baltic Sea. The low salinity and less active microorganisms in the cold water are reasons why metal shipwrecks stay intact in the Baltic Sea relatively longer than in warmer and saltier waters. And this German minesweeper Altair is just one example of the rich heritage of metal ships left behind by the steamship era and both world wars of the 20th century. And the very rich group of underwater heritage sites is related to flooded Stone Age landscapes. These specific zones have occurred where former land areas located along the southern coast of the Baltic Sea in Denmark, Sweden, Germany, Poland, and Lithuania, and most likely also in Latvia, have been submerged. For example, a number of such areas of relict forests and settlements have been researched in Lithuania, where these zones are situated up to 30 meters below sea level and extending 15 kilometers from the current shoreline. And the oldest samples to be dated indicate the existence of forests in these zones about 10,000 years BC, which are linked by Lithuanian archaeologists to early Mesolithic. And studies in similar territories have also been undertaken in Denmark, Germany, southern Sweden, and Poland. And the underwater environment has allowed artifacts that could not have been preserved elsewhere to survive in excellent condition, and thus they are substantially complementing our perception of the life in the Stone Age. There would be many other objects to talk about: ports, jetties, bridges, naval barrages, and other structures. But let's now move on to the aspects that endanger the underwater heritage sites. And they can be broadly divided in two groups: natural and human related. And I will start with the natural factors. And the best known bad guy in this category is the wood-eating worm Teredo navalis, that is simply known also as shipworm, and the name is telling in itself. It is actually not a worm, but a type of clam. But biology aside, this small creature can destroy whole wooden shipwrecks in just a year of a time. And this is actually the reason why there are no standing wooden wrecks in the western part of the Baltic Sea, west of the island of Rügen. The worm only attacks wood that isn't covered by sediment, so wrecks that are covered by sand are relatively safe. But this is a major concern for all types of underwater sites, not only wrecks. For example, sea barrages from the Viking Age in Danish waters are endangered, and different strategies such as artificial covering of these structures with sediment layers or different geotextile type of materials is discussed. The horrifying perspective of a widespread and permanent shipworm infestation in the Baltic Sea waters is a very hot topic, and there are different views on the question how serious of a threat this is. As of now, it seems that the low salinity level east of Rügen is the main obstacle for the shipworm, and if the salinity level does not rise, then even with the climate change, bringing the temperature of the water up will not radically widen the territories infested with the worm. The second natural threat is the nature of the materials themselves. With this, I mean the fact that both wood and metal decay, even in the almost ideal circumstances of the Baltic Sea. The process may be very slow, but it is still ongoing. The cellulose in the wood is still going to degrade, and its place will be taken by water until the moment when the cells will no longer hold together and they will just simply fall apart. Similarly, metal shipwrecks will rust, even in the cold and almost freshwater Finnish Bay, and it will happen many times slower than in warmer waters in the tropical zone, but it will happen. And any increase in the temperature, salinity, or the acidic levels of the water will increase the speed of these natural and unstoppable processes. And in this regard, similar to what I just told about the threat of the shipworm, climate change and pollution are major factors that, if not taken seriously, might destroy the valuable underwater heritage of the Baltic Sea very quickly, and there won't be a realistic solution to stop the process if it affects a larger territory of the basin. And the third natural threat are the streams, movements of sand, deposits, and ice. And these are threats that in most cases would physically destroy or seriously damage an underwater site. For example, shipwrecks might be destroyed in a case of a large movement of sediments when a whole shoal is moved by a strong storm. The same applies to strong currents that also have the side effect of revealing more of the object to the environment by washing aside the sediment that is protecting it. And to mitigate this, special measures are sometimes taken, for example, covering the exposed parts with polypropylene nets or artificial seagrass, as you can see in this picture. But the use of such materials is not the most environmentally friendly solution. So there are Stone Age sites in Denmark where an approach of growing real seagrass to protect it from currents and waves is used, and it's showing great promise. And maybe there are some similarities here with the developments in the ideas of conservation of medieval ruins. And in many cases nowadays we use clay and turf to cover the top parts of the walls and not cement or other modern materials, as the simple natural solution seems to just work better. And sites on the shore have their own set of specific dangers, like ice, for example. When thaw comes and ice breaks and gets pushed ashore, it can break wrecks and other structures, especially wooden ones, and grind them into splinters. Similarly, heritage sites both in the water and on the very shore can be completely destroyed or endangered by coastal erosion. And the potential damage of the aforementioned threat is, of course, multiplied by the changes in the climate that bring more often and violent storms. Only the threat of the ice is diminished as a side effect. The second large group of threats are the ones caused directly by human activity. And these include, first of all, looting and theft of cultural property that were already mentioned in previous presentations. And looting affects both Greek and Roman shipwrecks in the Mediterranean, as well as all kinds of shipwrecks in the Baltic Sea, even in such countries as Sweden or Germany. And even greater problems actually arise when we move into the central part of the Baltic Sea, which is outside of the territorial waters. And you can see in this map, those are those lighter blue sections. Only Estonia, Lithuania, and recently also Poland have adopted and joined the UNESCO Paris Convention for underwater heritage protection. And so it is almost impossible to deal with looting and illegal activities outside the territorial waters of the national states. On many occasions, people who via this heritage sector, we see them as looters. They are portrayed as adventurers and explorers by the media. And this was also the case with the steamship Kiros, which was looted for its cargo of 100-year-old liquor in 2019 by the highly professional and technically well-provided divers from the internationally known diver group Ocean X Team under its leader, Peter Lindberg. This group of divers was using one of the huge technical vessels involved in the construction of Nord Stream 2 pipeline to reach the wreck that is sunk in deep waters just out of the territorial waters of Finland near the Åland Islands. And since the wreck was already in the exclusive economic zone, due to the specific case of Finland and its legislation, this was no criminal offense, and the event reached the headlines of the world's media channels as an exotic adventure story. But if the wreck were just a few kilometers closer to the Åland Islands, it would be a headline in the criminal news section. And looting is actually a huge theme on its own, and it would need a separate presentation, so I will not go into more details. And in turn to the economic aspects of underwater that are endangering underwater heritage. In the last decades, and even more so in the coming ones, we are going to see more and varied economic activities in the world's seas and oceans. If earlier the largest threat was fishing by using trawling, now the biggest threat are the huge building projects. Cables, pipelines, tunnels, offshore wind parks, port structures, and many more. And this might not seem to be too much of a threat here at the Baltic states, but it is only a question of time before this kind of economic activities come to our shores and sea. And Denmark has been the hottest spot in recent decades for these type of huge projects, and countless preventive excavations have taken place in order to clear the way for infrastructure objects. The Fehmarnbelt tunnel is the latest of these huge projects. The building phase started this spring, but archaeologists have been busy working on pre-project investigations and surveys for almost 10 years now, with multiple important land and underwater sites discovered, excavated, or shipwrecks that are covered in sediment layers, so to protect them from the construction works. And not nearly on the same scale as the aforementioned type of projects, but dredging, disposal of waste sediments, trawling, lost ghost nets, and the dragging of ship anchors are all possible threats. And now, nearing the end of my talk, I would like to present you one very fresh example that made headlines in the Latvian national media recently. And this is a wreck fragment of a large oak-built ship, probably dating from the middle of the 19th century, that was found in less than a month ago on the beach of Daugavgrīva, actually right at the very mouth of Daugava in Riga. And the wreck is situated on the very meeting point of land and sea. It is technically on dry land, covered with sand, but it is actually on and even under the saltwater level, which makes it a very complicated situation to work with. And the reason for this wreck's appearance is directly connected with climate change caused divergence in dominant wind directions. And this has caused the shore, which has been growing into the sea for at least 300 years, to start to erode very quickly. And the shoreline is now about 400 meters from where it was during the time of the Second World War. Here you can see you can see the dam extending into the sea, and you can see the shoreline here, and the wreck is located approximately here. So if we move on, this picture is taken by German military flyers during World War II. You can see that the shoreline in 1967-72 has already moved closer, and when we come to the modern photograph, you can see that it's even more closer, and a lot of this section of is revealed. And this process cannot be stopped by the heritage agencies. Because of the erosion, the Riga Freeport Authority is planning to build a defensive barrier at this location. And combining this with the unstoppable erosion processes, this wreck is destined to be uncovered from sand in the next few years, and realistically, it cannot be preserved in situ. And this in turn leads to the necessity to move it and preserve it in another location. And the question now is whether we display it to the public, which in turn means expensive conservation efforts and constant investments in this wreck, or we choose to store it, maybe in an underwater environment, as is widely practiced in Germany, for example. But whatever solution we choose, it will need both financial investments, but even more importantly, it will need human resources, trained and educated specialists who know what to do and how to do it. And here we return to the problem stated at the very beginning of my presentation, the lack of capacity of heritage sector to deal with underwater heritage sites. And underwater archaeology is and likely will remain a very expensive research field with just a few specialists working in it, even more so in small countries like Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. But even small countries need at least a handful of people working with this type of heritage sites. And in this regard, sadly, Latvia is in a very poor spot, in my opinion. And if we do not start to catch up to our neighbors in the next 5 years, I'm very afraid that we might lose the race when offshore wind parks reach us after 10 or 15 years, because it takes time to build capacity and knowledge. And so on this somewhat pessimistic, but I also hope a mobilizing conclusion, I would like to finish my talk and say thanks to you all for listening, and hopefully I have managed to promote the importance of underwater heritage sites just a little bit today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jānis. It was quite interesting presentation with very good insights. And actually, by myself, I could say that for me as well, it was quite interesting experience to try to first document this shipwreck that was opened lately. So, and now we are, one more thing. If you want to ask any questions to participants, you can write down them in YouTube chat. That's under the video itself. And if you don't see that window, just renew your window or hit enter on the YouTube link and it will appear there. So, the last speaker for today will be the Andris Schnee, which already opened this conference. Professor Schnee is a historian and archaeologist. At the moment, he is a professor in Faculty of History and Philosophy of the University of Latvia, but he has worked in a field of cultural heritage protection for years. Therefore, his research interests includes not only the history and archaeology of the Iron Age and the Middle Ages, but the management of cultural heritage and the development of historical thoughts as well. So now I'm giving the screen to Andris Schnee, and yeah, you can start with your presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Martis, for this kind introduction. And despite the fact that we are a little bit behind our schedule, we still, I hope we'll have some time for discussion afterwards. But nevertheless, I would like to share with you some thoughts and some reflections about the archaeological heritage at risk, or archaeological heritage under threats. So what are these factors and what are the situations and also forces that influence and have impact on archaeological heritage and may lead and often also leads to damage or even destruction of the sites. And we have talked today very much about various physical factors and that affect the site and its content and its outlook. But I would like also in my presentation later pay attention to various interpretations. Actually, that also is some kind of endangerment for heritage sites. And despite the fact that there might be and there are various and even numbers of explanations and ways how we are perceiving and looking at various sites, there still needs to be some kind of consensus of what are we thinking about some sites. So anyway, in my talk, I would reflect a little bit on some current issues, but at the same time look also to some historical background at these issues, some combining present day topicalities with challenges that heritage faced also in the previous decades and even centuries. When we are looking to the destruction and damaging of the various heritage sites, so it's not topic of nowadays. Probably during the last 50 years, last half a century, we have acknowledged it as an issue that is needed to be discussed. It's topic about what we need to talk and also to take and address various measures. But we have various examples how sites were looted, destructed, pillaged, damaged already in the ancient times, not to speak about Egyptian pyramids. We may look even to the late prehistoric Viking Age burials, where and some of them were pillaged already some decades after the deceased were buried there. So it is in some sense, it's ongoing process that some sites will be damaged or even will disappear. And in the late 1990s in UK, there were conducted some kind of survey of archaeological sites, and the conclusions of the survey are very similar to that we can read in ICOMOS reports Heritage at Risk, that there is some percentage of sites that disappears actually every year in the world. And here you may read the quote in full, but during the second half of the 20th century, the destruction of the sites has been intensified. And we may speculate that probably that's also due to the reasons that we are aware of that situation, that the sites might disappear, and that we are taking more and more care of and trying to manage these sites and manage also the risks that might affect them. But still, they are under this pressure of various factors, and probably the first one that we may mention is military. These are military conflicts that very directly affect people, very directly affect lands, and fortunately our region has not experienced military conflicts since the Second World War II, but still also our landscape has sites where are traces of the both wars of the 20th century, and even some archaeological sites, for example, Vasco-Big hill forts and several hill forts along the Daugava River banks had been used as observation points, or they were dug trenches or some other military fortifications during these military conflicts. For example, in these hill forts, there are information that we obtained in the 1950s during the excavations of the hill forts during the war, when the fortifications were established there. The soldiers discovered some wooden structures that they partly used also for their own purposes 700 years later. But most common probably reason why archaeological sites disappear, and the factors that also influence and affect heritage sites in general, these are construction works related to the economical development of regions, of countries, of towns and cities, of any inhabited place, and that often also results in damages, serious damages or destruction of archaeological sites. And in Latvia, there are a number of examples that we may count. Okay, these are victims of economical development, or like, for example, several hill forts and cemeteries on the banks of the river Daugava that disappeared or almost has disappeared, like hill fort we can see here on the picture from 1930s. That almost disappeared in the 1960s, 1980s due to the building of hydroelectric stations on the Daugava River. Now, of course, we also are aware that any kind of archaeological excavations that actually is process of destruction. So, and this excavated sites of this archaeological research has disappeared. But at the same time, especially during the last decade, we are increasingly actively moving towards more and more non-destructive research methods documents that might provide information about layout, about structures lying beneath. But of course, they will be of little help, and we shall discuss the chronology or details of everyday life or artifact culture and so on. But anyway, these technical achievements offer great help for archaeologists in our job. While at the same time, they also have dual impact, and therefore it's very important that the research work is regulated, and it's already since the late 19th century when we have these first instructions how to carry out archaeological research, how to conduct excavations in various sites, and in the late 19th century also governmental structures and research commissions of Russian Empire began to issue these open lists or licenses for archaeologists and researchers that allowed them to make excavations and surveys of the sites. So not any kind of digging can be considered as archaeology, and these regulations actually is the framework that allows to follow and to record these findings and also the structures that otherwise will be lost. And these activities of local people often and also probably even organized groups of people looking for hidden treasures had led also to the destruction and damages to archaeological sites. Of course, archaeology is civic science, and it's probably one of the most explicit examples how community might be and is involved in making research and providing valuable information for experts and researchers. But at the same time, these activities by common people might lead also to serious losses of archaeological sites and archaeological parts. And of course, a very classical example already some 20 years ago is almost completely destroyed Babroshina hill fort in eastern Latvia, as it was leveled when some people decided, okay, there might be some treasure, let's go and use technique and let's level them. And of course, these are cemeteries that suffer quite much usually from also use of metal detectors. And it was 5 years ago when the first sentence was issued in court for damaging archaeological site, and since then there are several processes going on, but well, it's not so easy to compile some statistics. But some months ago, our colleague, amateur researcher Andris Kairish, had published an article about heritage streets of archaeological heritage and how it is damaged during the last 10 years. And on the basis of publicly available information, he compiled statistics, and the red part of these columns is cemeteries, blue is living sites, and settlements and hill forts, green some other archaeological sites. So we see that in some 6 or 7 years ago, there was some kind of peak and boom of a lot of illegal activities, mainly illegal excavations and use of metal detector for digging purposes, and with aim to obtain archaeological artifact artifacts and so on. Probably as changes in legislation, but also probably changes in public attitude during the last years is reflected in which are decrees in these cases when we can follow and identify these damages to archaeological heritage. But yeah, still, of course, are ongoing, and most probably we will never be able to escape them totally. Besides these human factors that influences every activity on some archaeological or even heritage sites, there are also, of course, natural processes, and archaeological sites located, for example, close to the water basins, like already Janis had told, are under threats of erosion or even disappearing after the water in the course of time. And in several occasions, there have been done some construction works to preserve these sites and not allowing them to disappear in water. Of course, it changes the outlook of these sites, and it also might give wrong impression of the character of fortifications or the layers of these sites. But still, so this is, I would say, it's worth of that, and it helps quite much to preserve these sites. It's not so easy to preserve archaeological heritage and archaeological layers in cities and towns, and Riga, of course, as well as Cēsīs, Kuldiga, Ventspils, and other towns. They are very good examples how archaeology and archaeological research is done due to the necessity to make construction works. And it's indeed the success of valid convention that any kind of building processes, economical and development and planning process shall take into account the archaeology and well, it will not often go smoothly. There will be also some conflict situations. Occasionally, there will be no solution that will be achieved, and so on. But still, we may see that in these urban environments, there are a lot of archaeological activities going on, including in the other part of Riga, in Pārdaugava, where the 17th century fortification conventions were established during the Swedish-Polish War, and currently since 2010, there are ongoing archaeological excavations allowing to build the campus of University of Latvia as well. What is, let's say, weak side of this urban archaeology? That is very limited possibilities to preserve and to conserve and to present some archaeological structures, archaeological remains, and well, even in Riga, where hundreds of excavations took place in the last 90 years, there are very limited amount of possibilities to see some remains, some old remains, some basement remains that will be somehow preserved and shown to public. Also, in the last years, we have started to discuss and reflect about the modern archaeology of the present-day world, archaeology of contemporary world, and it's well not so easy to understand how to manage, how to approach these recent remains of recent past. And one example that we can see in Malmö Museum that is dedicated to Christmas battles of the First World War on battleground close to Riga in 1916, where on the basis of drawings, memories, written records, and also to some extent archaeological research, are established this replica fortifications that actually provide some good insight how the landscape and the area look like in these years. Very popular way how to use such archaeological sites as hill forts or castle ruins, and actually that allows these sites to be involved in local communities, is to establish some cultural awareness in these on the tops of these sites. Of course, it's indeed changes the view to these sites, and also probably does not allow to get some kind of authentic feeling of these sites. But at the same time, it provides some public outreach, allowing increasing number of people visit these sites and also spend time there. Probably without a deeper knowledge of the history or archaeology of these sites, but still being in these environments. In Baltic, probably we are not so afraid of development of tourism, and already since the 1930s there have been goals that tourism shall be developed, and it's necessary to travel around our country, and that's contrary to various other regions, for example, and also tables showing the rapidly increasing number of visitors to better site in Jordan, that also led to the limitation of visitors of site per day or per month. The same limitations are also proposed in Malta, in prehistoric caves and so on. But also here we shall recognize the possible threats of tourism. So it's not only beneficial, but it's also might lead also, as development of tourism needs also some infrastructure. So it also might affect archaeological sites. Well, and of course, when we are speaking about tourism, then people, of course, sometimes are establishing things that they would like to see and actually creating new mythologies and probably even creating new sites like this touristic object in Pokani forest that some local groups and also guides here presents as a very ancient and important cultic site, and with a lot of esoteric meaning and esoteric atmosphere. Such interpretations that are quite far from nowadays research perspectives had appeared already since the beginnings of archaeology, and today we may a little bit smile about how first archaeologist Friedrich Kruse approached the cemeteries and burial customs and burial traditions of local people, lives and Gallians, whose remains he had excavated in Ice Crow Cemetery, and here we can see quite fascinating drawings and quite wrongly done assumptions of how different artifacts were used in late prehistoric time, and also attributing these items to Scandinavian people to gods. In the last decades, especially in the early 21st century, in Latvia there was also attempts to circulate interpretations about the very important important influence of Slavic neighbors in prehistoric Baltic, and especially in relation to Jessica Hilford, which we can make see in this photo, that was considered as some kind of stronghold of Polotsk rulers, Polotsk princes, and Visevalde, who we mentioned in 13th century chronicles, is often represented as Slavonic prince in these works and so on. This political propaganda that also attempts, because that's even not wrongful interpretations of some kind of abuse of archaeology and history for political purposes, also actually endangers the view and meaning of these archaeological sites. And it's also the tradition, but the approach that existed already some 100 years ago, when in late 1930s, medieval castle ruins were viewed and considered as remains of very strange, very foreign culture that were not needed for Latvian heritage and so on. But fortunately, these thoughts and this movement, let's say so, did not result in any practical diversions against this built heritage. There are some images that are very popular in the public, and probably one of the most popular images from ancient history and prehistory. These are Vikings, and therefore it's not surprising that we may find Viking image and Viking stories even in relation to those sites and to those events and regions where they had never been and had never been connected in so-called Viking Age. And some years ago, in this late Bronze Age ship setting in northwestern Latvia, the Vila Valneva was attributed in this explanatory informative board as a remain of Viking activities, and such welcoming Viking with horned helmet that meet us in Grobiņa. There's a lot of very good activities and educational activities and so on, but still this popular image is some kind of symbol of the center as well, and so such misuse and misinterpretation of heritage also again was popular in 1930s, when, for example, hot Hilfords were a very popular image of ancient, quite glorious past, and that symbolized this pre-crusade period, and also fights for freedom during the 13th century crusades and so on. And on the basis of Hilford's fortification and building, the reconstruction of Hilford's buildings, were made some public stenographies of various festivities and events and so on. And today we such reminiscences of this approach we can see in copy or replica of Tervete fortifications that are built quite close to Tervete Hilford, actually it's a Gallian fortification site, living site, and that currently houses the Museum of Semi-Gallians, but what is named as 13th century castle of Semi-Gallians. So still maintaining this image of glorious past, glorious warriors and kings, and castle structures of medieval, prehistoric period. These are only some examples how we may misinterpret, misuse, and even abuse archaeological sites or distant prehistory and archaeology. And this is actually only one of the various risks that affects and influences archaeological heritage alongside natural disasters, human activities, and economical developments, and probably answer how to deal with it, and that would provide some effects, but of course it will be in very long term. It's very extensive, very intensive, and increasingly active educational and training activities, including the vocational training, that is very neglected in heritage field, and also in archaeology and history in large areas. We have some activities in this field in relation to the 20th century history, but not so much about the centuries prior to the last 100 years. And in the result of such educational activities, we may hope and actually believe that there will be increase of awareness of public about the meaning and knowledge of heritage that would allow to escape such wrong interpretations and physical damages to archaeological sites as well as to the heritage as a whole. Of course, interpretations will change, and of course, we can never know how next generation of archaeologists will interpret us, but we shall try our best to that. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention, and now I'm looking forward for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andris. That was quite interesting introduction and thoughts about that not only dangerous are physical destruction, but some interpretations could be harmless, not and cause some harm as well in archaeology. I would like to start this discussion with a question actually to the first speakers of today, Rīna and Vilte. If we are talking about archaeology, we can see that at the moment all the archaeological sites are under the protection. But if we are looking at not so recent history, including the Soviet buildings and architecture and city plannings and other things, urban history, what are those criteria that nowadays allows us to separate buildings and rural areas and city areas that should be protected right now, and which, let's say that and areas where we can wait for, I don't know, 150 or 100 years and then start to think about now maybe we can protect this Soviet monuments and Soviet history.
Maybe I start. Oh, I see Vilte. Vilte is also there. I think one of the criteria is also how much in danger they are, because with archaeological sites, we say that as long as there is no need to touch them, let's not touch them, because they preserve better underground. But with architectural heritage, we see on daily basis that they are reconstructed all the time. And I also think that it's with archaeology, and especially with anything that is really old, and archaeology generally is old, sometimes new, the respect of people to this element of being old is much bigger than to respect the sites that are relatively new. Like this example of postmodern architecture, I think that if the majority of people consider them very ugly, and they don't understand why we should protect it. But it was the same way with, for example, Art Nouveau. in 1930s, then it was considered really ugly, at least in Estonia. So I think for conservators, our mission is to be ahead of public judgment and to influence this public judgment. But with archaeology, yes, as long as it is not threatened, but we saw today so many cases where it is threatened. But when they are not threatened, then we can wait.
Yes, I also agree that's a very important point that urban and architectural heritage usually can't wait. And I'd say like one would be in like ideal world where we could have a full list of what we have from the past, what we inherited from the past, and then to start like building a list and like picking up entries to that list and say discussing what we should preserve to the future, what are probably like the most important examples, and maybe what are like typical examples, like the building Estonians transported to the open air museum. I think that's really important, and that's a very good example that not only the most important and most extravagant buildings should survive our generations. I think like this daily life is also worth preserving, and sometimes it's even more interesting for next generations. So, but the second point is as well, we should be rather realistic. I mean, if we want to preserve something that is really like costly to preserve, or in the case of urban heritage, there is like a high pressure of development, or it is like neglected area because it's not attractive anymore to contemporary people, then we have to think like what could be changed, what could be due in regeneration of the area, and how would it affect its heritage values? And is it possible in general to preserve it, or it's not? Because sometimes it's not, because we either don't have enough funding, or it's just, I mean, it can be preserved as a museum, but not as a lively place for contemporary society. So I think these are like two points or two aspects on the scale, and in fact, in reality, of course, we are constantly balancing between the two.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I see that Jan Slēnieks has raised hand, so yes, you can ask or discuss your thoughts.
Thank you. I'll be glad to hear from colleagues of Estonia and Lithuania about bit legal framework regarding those Soviet period modern or postmodern buildings, if they are not listed, and it became in ruin situation, especially in the countryside. Those before being kolkhoz centers, we in Latvia possess such places as well. They can be, let's say, according to law, if the owner agree and he's rather asked by local municipality to pull them down, to demolish, let's say, to make a clear place instead of ruins. It's a case in Estonia, Lithuania as well.
Rini, you are muted.
Yes, it is the case in Estonia that local municipalities want to tear them down. And as I took this example of this zero energy funding project, where they are sort of even encouraged to demolish historical buildings. We have some other measures too. One measure is, for example, to clean the ruins mainly from Soviet period, and it depends very much on the reaction of both National Heritage Board, which, as I complained already before, is relatively slow in taking new items under protection, but luckily we have this inventory. Or the other thing is the local inhabitants, but that depends from place to place. What is the result? But usually there is a bigger outcry, and if you recall this one panel from one building that is now planned to be demolished. We hope to organize a student workshop in this building to raise awareness. So we use such kind of activities to promote the values and somehow to step into the process.
Well, in Lithuania, if there is an age census for our heritage inscriptions, so if a building is 50 years or more, then it is compulsory to contact like heritage authorities and heritage councils for assessment of heritage. We have to evaluate if the building is of value, and then it goes through the process of enlisting on the heritage list, or maybe it can be demolished. Maybe sometimes there are conclusions that it should be like documented before demolishing, or some parts should be like removed and transferred to some museums, etc. So in general, if it's 50 years or more, there is a like hearing process. But of course, most of the time, I mean, they are considered of no value. There is also one interesting process going on right now. It is not about rural heritage, but it is our atomic town of Visaginas. The Lithuanian atomic plant was built during Soviet time, so it's completely artificial town. I mean, it's like a pearl of modern planning. I mean, in an empty place, and local society asked from heritage department to protect a couple of buildings, including like nursery, etc. And I think it is probably one of the first cases in Lithuania when cultural heritage department now it is in a legal process in court, but usually we are in court because we defend heritage. Now we are in court because the council for heritage assessment refused to include that building on the list. So we see interesting processes, like a local society really is active and asked to inscribe these objects on the list, because there is one exemption in our legal framework. If local society asks and they like provide, we have enough supporters, like I don't know, having lists with signed lists of supporters, the object this age census of 50 years is not applicable. It can be completely new work. But you come, you say it's important for the society, please protect it. And when the hearing starts.
That is good news. Can you share if there is some material to share on this this process?
Yeah, I'm afraid that I mean the case will be lost, because like the latest news are that society won like one round, and now the cultural heritage department and the council for heritage assessment, they are obliged to review the case. But as far as I know, we also organized like a meeting in place, and probably the council members, they won't change their opinion, and the building won't be listed. Oh. And there are various arguments. Some members of the council say that it's just like, it's not really a typical building. It has some original design, but it's not something exceptional. So that's also an interesting case, because like society asks to protect, but professionals, we are not ready to seriously consider these applications.
As a way question, there is some function for this building in Visagina?
It used to be a nursery, and for now, I think there is another. That's a very good question, because the municipality have plans to construct something in that place using European funds. But
demolishing that building.
Yes, but probably it's not relevant anymore, because the process been taking for more than a year already. So I think these EU funds are already lost. So no winners in this situation.
Next will come. Thank you.
So now I see the next person who raised up the hand was Andri Schnee, I presume, and then Krista. So Andri.
Yes, so thank you. Of course, I would like also to raise some questions concerning archaeology. But as we started to discuss architectural issues, I also like to say some words, despite the fact that I'm a historian, but probably especially due to that reason, Soviet heritage. I shall confess that it's very challenging time for me, being historian, and actually it's not so easy. Let's say so, and even from point of view from heritage management and finding values. Of course, if you are going to talk and use this as this very ambiguous term, there shall be some kind of, I suppose, some kind of some set of principles, criterions, what we are meaning, what kind of architecture we are putting under this label and considering as some kind of qualitative Soviet modernism or qualitative Soviet heritage. At the same time, question is about the monuments and commemorative signs that were erected during the Soviet period. All our occupied countries were overfilled with the hands and signs of the one grand dead man, and it's still issue what we will do with these remains of the dead man, and of course we may like in Lithuania there is this museum of monuments of Lenin and so on, but okay, that's some kind of attraction. It's not evaluation of issue. Of course, the destruction of monuments, that's also a very, very dual issue, and it's very close, and it's also danger when you're talking about dangers to heritage, that we are going to erase something from our landscape, from our environment, from our memory, from our past. Well, even if it's not part of our identity. I think that a lot of people would agree that, okay, why do we need such Soviet heritage? We will survive, and we may be in very good environment without any part of Soviet heritage here. Yeah. But sure that there's so much heritage and buildings and architecture and history of that village around us that it's not escapable. So of course it's impossible to lose all kind of buildings or signs that came from that period. But as Rin said, yes, that's indeed a very dissonant issue, and that's probably not neglected issues. That's problematic heritage, I would rather say so, because these are sites that are around us, and I of course I don't have any kind of propositions what to do with that, and what shall we demolish and what shall we preserve. That's indeed for architects and historians of architecture and art to decide and to discuss. Let's start with the term, what we understand by that, and do we have to speak about, for example, for Soviet Estonian or Soviet Lithuanian modernism, and so, yeah, that's some reflections about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Krista, you have something to say.
I just had a small comment about something that Rin said in her first comment. I think it's not always so that people find it easier to value older cultural heritage. I think older cultural heritage has the problem that it's not always visible on the ground, and if it's not visible on the ground, then people find it very, very hard to see any value in it. So I believe that the most valuable heritage from the point of view of general public is something that is not very new, but also not very old, something that you can see. If it's a castle, then it's valuable. But if it's a settlement site, then there is nothing in there. So I just found it necessary to have this comment about archaeological heritage.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, this about archaeological and architectural heritage. I can say that there is studies been that people with understanding very old. That means that it's 100 years and older. So, and they don't have any real attachment to it anymore, except maybe if it's his family house or I don't know if his grandmother was living there. But otherwise, so therefore, they start to value these things not more as cultural value things, but maybe more, I would say, to they start to look at how much it could cost. Then, therefore, this is the value, monetary value of things, not more spiritual or heritage value. So that could be the problem. Yeah, Martin, you are.
Just add much of what you just said. That's also, and I totally agree with Christian and also with Reen, in some sense that because one other aspect is that people are able to get feeling and understanding if they can touch something. You can touch castle ruins, of course. You will never be able to understand maybe why they are here, and you may be wrong with dating and function and so on. But you mention, wow, that's something old, that's something old, cool, and so on. But indeed, settlement, inhumation cemetery, who cares about that? That's just land, just earth, just grass. Right? Let's work on that. So that's also important that you may see, you may feel, you may get in touch with that. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Martin.
Yes, thank you very much. Once again, coming back to the architectural issues that were raised by you and supported by colleagues, I get the notion sometimes and quite usually that when we are talking about the so-called Soviet period heritage and in particular about architecture, then we are showing our situation that we are afraid from our own history. Just like Anders already mentioned here in the discussion and also in his presentation, I think we should make a difference between two cases. One case is architectural heritage coming from the Soviet period, and the other case is actually with the ideological monuments, with the monumental art that was built up, like the so-called Soviet Victory Monument in Riga or the Marjama complex we saw today in the first presentation. Because this is not the same. Ideological monuments should be approached from the point of the art history and also as a kind of evidence about modernism in sculptural issues, maybe, but also we will always bear in mind the ideological contents of these objects, of course. It was also taught by Reen in her presentation today. But when we are talking about architecture, once again, I don't think that it's a proper attitude that the modern architecture of the post-war period should be blamed just because it happened to be built during the Soviet occupation period. But this is what is actually happening today in Latvia in many cases. Not to mention the infamous example of Communist Party office building in the center of Riga, because what was spread out from the National Heritage Board during last summer, it was just horror stories about the crimes committed by Communist Party, which is of course true, but it is not the case when we are talking about the architectural object which was built during the Soviet occupation period. This is not the case. And And one more thing, when we are talking about the residential areas built during the Soviet period, and this was also my question to Vilte today, I think they will be gone in some decade or so, because we should also remember that these buildings, especially in the 1960s, these complexes, residential complexes, were set for temporary use, actually, for the next 30 or 50 or 80 years, according to the technical standards of the Soviet age. It seems quite utopic for me if somebody will came out here in Riga, for example, with an idea to preserve residential areas like Jugla or Ķengaraks or Pļavnieki as a monument for city planning history, for instance. Maybe it is possible to do so with the first residential area built in the late 1950s in Pārdaugava, in Āgenskalns, yes, or something like that. From that point of view, it appears to be very interesting experience with the Estonian colleagues that was shown today, with moving one particular object to the open air museum of ethnographic buildings. Yeah, maybe something similar could be done also in the Latvian case, but in general, I guess the residential areas will be changed in their shape and planning structures and everything, just according to the everyday use. But when we are talking about particular objects of Soviet period, then I still have the notion that we are missing something important in our attitude towards these cases. Thank you.
I'd like to develop a bit on urban areas, because in Lithuania, at least in Lazdynai, the famous microrayon number 1, the situation is a bit different, because the Soviet propaganda was at least really effective in that microrayon. And when you talk with the old residents, they all know the names of the architects, the Lenin Prize, everything. And they are extremely proud to be living in such a microrayon, except of that the state of conservation, the physical state, because it's been a bit neglected and a bit shabby for a while. But I personally thought, because I've been researching it for 8 years already, so I've been thinking that, okay, probably it's just, like these old folks, they feel nostalgia, and we'll see what will happen when like younger generation come to this place. And you can believe or not, but there are many middle-aged or even young people who come back to this microrayon to live there, because their parents lived there or the grandparents lived there, and they grew up and they want to come back. And there are also new people who come from other parts of the city or other parts of the country. And some of them are really active and they embrace that legend of the place and they want to contribute. Of course, it will change. It won't be the same as like a picture, like a frozen picture of Soviet times, and it's changing a bit. But I believe that this open structure and like urban composition, let's say that, probably I think it will survive. Of course, we'll have this problem with renovation and with like coloring, etc. But probably the renovation and the actual color schemes we are using right now, it's more temporal than the district itself. So we'll see. It's really an interesting place, and it will be very, very interesting to see to which way it develops in like 10, 15 years, 20 years or so. So it's like a real-time experiment of Soviet urban planning.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vilte. Just a small remark to what you said. Maybe the difference is that we in Latvia didn't have any prized Soviet residential areas built in the 1970s or 1980s. That's also a difference from the public opinion, because
yes, it is. I can absolutely agree, because I also researched other mass housing districts in other parts of Vilnius, and yeah, it differs a lot. The public opinion is extremely different in other parts of the city.
Thank you, Andris.
Yeah, right. So some thoughts on the same topic and issue. Well, actually, I would not agree fully with Martin, and I would actually say that when we are talking, and if we are using this term Soviet heritage, and I think that some problems lies within this term and this concept of Soviet heritage. This is ideologically loaded concept. Of course, we sure these residential areas, they will not have this ideological meaning neither in 70s nor nowadays. And in Riga, I think some 80% of living areas are covered with the buildings from the Soviet occupation period. But at the same time, when we are using this term Soviet, it means also something ideological, and that's a challenge how to present these, let's say, also political buildings, and which were decorated with a lot of Soviet symbolic and Marxistic symbolic and so on. How to present them to nowadays public, and because also from other point of view, these sites they have and they will have some touristic potential, and therefore this Estonian solution was that in some occasions we show these Soviet coastal farms, in some occasions we are hiding them. That's a very good way probably how to deal with them, because these are items that probably shall not be on display for everyday activity, let's say so, but they also shall be there to remind us, yes, that was also in our past as well, that is part of our history too. Yeah.
Yeah. Lēniek kungs, lūdzu.
I would like to add some words to what was told by Martin Šmitaurs. That's exactly that Latvia maybe is really has not such a kind of state prize as got last night. But I know those times worked in Vladimir-Stroy, and there was an ask by Communist Party officials to design one at least microrayon to follow up Lithuanian colleagues and get some state or Lenin prize. And Meštiems, that small microrayon in Riga, they initially was designed with such, let's say, high aim, and it was given to best architects. It was involved Gelzis, Paegle, Kronbergs, and they made it was a good design. But when it comes to the implementation, the end of, let's say, it goes quite nice, but then it should be built the microrayon center, let's say the key building of the complex, and it wasn't done. And then time came over, and those plans were not carried out, and that's the case that there was totally another political situation in Lithuania and in Latvia, where those Latvian SSR officials were not so, let's say, strong to ask builders and those planners in Gosplan to carry out the plans. And therefore, that's reality. That's different between Lithuania and Latvia. But one asks one question to Riin, I suppose Isma and Mustamäe, there were some observations to list or not, I'm mistaken.
Yes, it was the ideas about Õismäe, not Mustamäe really, but Õismäe to protect the planning. And in fact, it's in, I think it's in the master plan of the city district, where it is the planning is protected. But however, they have built some houses in between to fulfill it. But in general, the full layout of the district is sort of protected, not by heritage law, but in the planning process.
Jāni?
I wanted to ask a question about archaeology, actually. It was really interesting to hear this discussion, presentations about modernist architecture. It really was very, very inspiring. But my question is to Agne about this Lithuanian move to introduce this kind of a web page where you can, by using it, you can promote sites for evaluation for further state protection. Who are the people that are actually using it? It's interesting to me. Are those local historians, metal detectorists, or are those professional archaeologists? And how popular has this become? Because from a perspective of a person working in the heritage board, I am already thinking, okay, what do we do when we get like hundreds of points in that map that we have to evaluate and list probably? So who are the people that are actually using it?
So first of all, I must say that we have already created this inventory, but it's still not launched yet. And it will be visible and usable for everyone in a month or two. We hope so, but you never know, you know. So, but actually it's prepared already. And I cannot answer who will use it and what we should expect. I'm not sure. Maybe next time we can discuss about it. But of course, the question was also who can evaluate it. So as I know, the plan is that despite the number, how many proposals there will be, but scientists together with the heritage specialist will evaluate it and make another one list of those objects which we need to fill in national heritage list. So sorry, but I don't know what gonna be there.
Yeah, thank you. And my other question I wanted to ask, not to Agne, but to Krista, actually, and maybe also Nella, if she's present. You talked a lot about the issues that have arisen by using this legislative framework that is present in Estonia. But what are your future plans of enhancing the system a bit, or what is the view in the future in regards to the metal detecting finds?
Do you mean, are you asking about this statistics that we cannot assess all the finds that have been handed over, or do you mean like generally? How do we plan to make any changes in our legislative system?
I meant like generally, because apparently you have the situation is just a real problem. There are so many of these finds that it's realistically impossible. You wouldn't get like 15 people more staff to do that job, right? So it's just impossible. So what are you going to change, or where are you looking with this?
We will definitely not change the system where people have to report after every search they make, because this is pretty much the only way we can get fresh information out of them. Because we already tried a system where they have to present one report in the end of every year, and this didn't really work. So what we can change is to change the system of assessing the finds. We have already made our first steps in this, and there are some aspects that can be changed. First of all, the evaluation form itself at the moment, all the experts' assessments that we get from different Estonian archaeologists are very thorough, even academic works, but it doesn't really have to be so. So we plan to make it more clear what we want from experts. And then in turn, the experts have more time to make more evaluations. And well, the second thing is maybe we don't really have a very good system at the moment. What are the principles of asking the finders which finds they hand over to us? I think if we make that system better, if we actually create a good system in there, then we might be in a situation where we might have a little less fines to assess. Because at the moment, what kind of fines we find in the reports are, well, there are certain people who go looking for this wartime metal, like bombs and whatever. We don't ask to bring bombs to to our office, right? These are all things that they can keep to themselves, or they can do whatever they want with them. This is like but still there has to be a person who opens every report and finds that that this stuff is not of interest to us, and we have to answer them. And the other kind of metal detectors are the ones who go to beaches, and they find all sorts of modern things from there. We don't want these either. But this is also, but dealing with those reports is still work for us. So in that sense, and then there is early modern period, right? This is something that has to be in cooperation with the collections, what kind of items they would expect, and this is something that is still in the idea level, but this is one aspect where we could make the system more manageable for us. So there are places where it can be changed, but and we have made first steps in the experts evaluation form, but this is still in the very beginning, and well, at the moment we just have to cope with the workload and see where it goes.
Maybe I can ask a question before I give the word to Andris. As I already told, I am quite interested in this compensation or financing system. So my question is, how big the financing you get from the government to cover this, and if it is enough?
This is something that Nela would probably know how to answer better, and maybe we should talk about it at some point. Maybe we should make a separate Zoom meeting and speak about it. But I can say as much that I don't know the sums, how much is given to us, but I believe it's so that every year when we have when we have a general knowledge of how much we have to pay for the rewards, we can apply for a certain sum of money from the state's budget. So we basically don't get a certain sum, but we still have to decide the rewards according to the cultural value and the market value of the fines, because we have no idea whether during in the year of 2021 there will be like 3 or 10 hordes that require a reward of, I don't know, 60 to 100,000. We have no pre-knowledge of that. That's why there can't be a certain sum. We have to apply for extra money to cover those. But I do understand that we don't really have to keep ourselves back in saying how much reward for everything people get because of the restrictions in the budget. But we should discuss all those things in a separate meeting, I think.
That I think we will arrange. So,
yeah.
But now, Andres, yeah.
Thank you once more for giving me floor on screen. I just wanted to pay attention that in YouTube channel we have a very interesting comment from one of our listeners, and that shows that there is also exhibitions in local museums and local exhibition spaces about the Soviet heritage and the Soviet experiences under the occupation regime. In this particular case, there's reference to Aizkraukle Museum, where such exhibition was established, I think, some 3-4 years ago, something like that. Let's go to archaeology now, and the question. Actually, I'd like to address to Krista, Agne, and Yanis as well. It relates to underwater heritage, and probably indeed I would agree with Yanis that we shall use this not underwater archaeology, but underwater heritage rather, as it involves a lot of other sites and structures, not only what we usually understand as archaeology, but about this legal framework, this UNESCO Convention about protection of underwater heritage. As far as I understood, only Lithuania joined this kind of convention some years ago, but neither Latvia nor Estonia cannot done it yet or cannot done. So how do you consider, is it necessary to join this convention? Why? What are benefits and what are weaknesses of this international regulations or approaches or concepts that would be applied then also in Latvian and Estonian approaches to underwater heritage? Just some reflections on this international convention and how and is it forced to apply it to our local circumstances? So.
Maybe Krista can start, because as I've already mentioned in my presentation, that actually Estonia has joined the convention as well as Poland. So yes, Estonia, Lithuania, and Poland are now have joined the Paris Convention. And if you look at the eastern shore of the Baltic Sea, it's Latvia, and well, you can maybe say Finland also that are hesitant.
However, I would like to comment that in Finland, I believe they are already considering their underwater heritage connected to the convention, because in Finland, for example, it's so that if an underwater object, shipwreck or something else is at least 100 years old, it's automatically a national monument. But in Estonia, it's not. We have to go through this process of designating a monument every time we want to designate a new wreck a national monument. So I think it's that takes a lot of time. That's problematic, and I don't think we have discussed it on the state level that we should change it somehow. And there is another side to it. Many shipwrecks that are in Estonian waters do have a very big cultural value, but they are not 100 years old. Second World War shipwrecks are not 100 years old yet, but we do have many shipwrecks that have been sunk during the Second World War, and considering a very big interest towards them among hobby divers, but also among traders of illicit artifacts. They have to be designated monuments as soon as possible. We have several shipwrecks like that. For example, one was this, I believe it was a merchant ship called Kungsberg, which is in the Gulf of Finland. And it used to be this international diving tourism object for years, but it wasn't a national monument, which was a shame, because in that case we couldn't regulate diving to this shipwreck. And the shipwreck was, when hobby divers that are not aware of the things that you can and can't do when you dive to a wreck, they did all that. Everybody who went down just, took a little piece up and as a souvenir. Not everybody, but many people. So the shipwreck was in a very bad shape because of that. And therefore, we were kind of in a hurry to designate it as a national monument. And we did, I believe it was 2019 or something like that. But yes, I believe the convention has given some basis in how the underwater heritage has been considered in the law of 2019, the Heritage Act, which was implemented in 2019 in Estonia. We have the, according to the convention, all underwater heritage that is not known yet must be found out as well. And now this is also written in our new law that before every big building projects in the sea, underwater archaeological research has to be carried out. So now we have, before that, we didn't have that point in our law, and we had to, go around the corner to tell the developers that you have to carry out an underwater archaeological research. But now it's in our new law, and we can do it very easily, and nobody can object really to that. And thanks to that, we have found many new wrecks already. So it's been very, very successful, I think.
Just to interrupt the next reply. So that the ownership of ships and cargo, does it make some sense for heritage protection? I mean, wrecks, of course, yeah.
What can you?
Does the ownership of a ship that is wrecked now and its cargo, does this factor make some kind of influence? What is protected, what is not protected, and
you mean like who has been the previous owner? According to the there is this kind of codex. Can't really say at the moment what it was, but there really is a point in what was this codex? Maybe Janis, you can help me.
I don't remember.
Codex of Maritime.
See something. Yes.
Yeah. There is this point that if somebody has not been interested in their ship and cargo that has been sunk in I don't know how many years it was, like 10 or 20 years, or 2 years. Maybe it was 2 years. I can't really say it from like that, but it wasn't too much. Then the shipwreck belongs to the country in whose waters it is. But we used this point before about the shipwrecks that were in our exclusive economic zone. But now we have the point. We have a paragraph in our law since 2019 that all underwater heritage that is in Estonian waters and in exclusive economic zone belong to the state of Estonia. So now we really don't have the problem yet. I believe we had a small problem with designating previously Russian or Soviet shipwrecks, and because it's not too easy to writing to Russian Federation is not writing to Germany. It's a little bit difficult politically. All this, although the topic of the Second World War is very political, and we tried to find some point how to go around asking from the Russian Federation, and then we found this in this Siemens Codex, and we used that. But now we don't really have to use that. But yes, there is this thing with the ownership of the cargo and the ship that if they haven't been interested in it or lifted it up in some certain number of years, then it belongs to the country in whose waters the wreck is. I believe it's international.
And I also have to add here that the UNESCO Convention, it says that you have to consult between the member states that have accepted the Paris Convention. And if the member state is not in the convention, then there are no mechanisms actually why you should, for example, go to Sweden or Denmark or Russia and speak about their naval ships that are in your national waters. It's good courtesy, of course, but it's a bit different when there would be two countries that are members of the conventions, and we would, for example, have an Estonian naval ship in Latvian waters. We would have to consult each other. Those are one of the points of the convention. If I take over from Krista, then in the Latvian case, we have talked actually about this issue of the Paris Convention for many times with of colleagues from the Baltic Sea states and beyond. And in my opinion, I don't see any bad things coming from joining the convention. The question is, the problem in Latvian cases, which I've also said in my presentation for many times, is the lack of human resources. Basically, there aren't people who could implement it. And that's the biggest problem. If we would have the people and we would have an institution or people in existing institutions who would be capable of doing that, I wouldn't see any one reason why we shouldn't join the convention. That's the only one reason. And there are points of that encourage capacity building even after you join the convention. So there is the question of what you get first, the convention, and then you build your capacity, or you build the capacity and then join the convention. You could debate which one is better. Of course, better to have your own capacity before you join it. Yes, I know that there are different views on this issue, and countries like Sweden, for example, they have never actually discussed the convention seriously, not because they would have any objections to it, but because simply they already have all the tools that they need at their disposal. So I think the convention is much more interesting to large naval countries as France or Britain, and also to small countries like Latvia or Estonia, and less so, for example, to Sweden, which has its own very specific case, or Finland, that is also actually implementing the convention, but there's simply a lack of political will to go through with it. But the heritage authorities are already have encompassed the principles that are written there into their daily use.
It was also in Estonia. It took for quite a long time. It took several years until the convention was, the discussion of the convention was in process in our cultural ministry. And I believe there were no objections to implementing the convention here either. But the problem was also in human resource and will. And at some point there was the situation that the minister was changing right after the convention had been started to be discussed, and then it somehow was put on the shelf or something. There has always been a will to implement it, but there were like several very small reasons why this took so much time, but I'm very happy that it was finally implemented last year. So, yeah.
So I think that this was quite full day with two very interesting sessions and discussion after it. Some kind of discussion we will continue maybe a bit in a bit other time and place, but stay with us for tomorrow as well, because tomorrow from 9 o'clock we will be back, 9 o'clock in the morning, we will be back with 2 more sessions, and that part of the conference will be held in Latvian, and we will present some study case from Latvia that will include an architecture and as well archaeology and cultural protection and different problems, including today we heard about looting in Estonia and Lithuania. Tomorrow we will hear her in this about this topic as well in Latvia, as well with some modern Soviet building strategies and values about that from Riga and from other Latvian city and rural area cases. So I'm really I'm saying thank you very much to all our participants and to all people who were listening us. I am quite sure that there will be possible to see this part of the conference first day in YouTube still after we will finish the streaming. And actually by myself I will go through some Lithuanian and Estonian colleague presentations, because I have quite interested in some topics. And yeah, thank you very much, and see you soon, and stay for tomorrow. But for tomorrow I need to say that part will be held in Latvian.
Only in Latvian, not more, but only in Latvian. And I mean, indeed, I just may join to Marc's and say thank you very much for joining. I can't say for coming. Of course, I would be very glad to welcome you in person in Riga, and so. But that's probably will be next year when we'll be able to see each other. So thank you very much. Some of you took up this issue quite recently and did it very well. So thank you, and well, we will keep in touch, of course. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Let's keep.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.